The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is in...
Go fuck yourself. Off is the direction you can fuck.
We are fucking back. We're back. Classic. We are back.
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Escúchenme. Everybody listen. Ha ha. To me. Let me talk to you.
That is right, folks. Let us talk to you because we're fucking back, baby. That's what it is. We took, I mean, 2 fucking weeks off here, but we needed it to kind of like refresh ourselves here. But your fellow debaters are back in action, folks. And welcome, everyone, to Circle Debate at In Time Wrestling Podcast, episode 227. The battles of the new era, because we're on 2025. And I hope everybody had an incredible, fantastic, stupendous, indubitably. There we go. There you go.
Get it in there.
Get it in there, baby. You got it. Hit it, producer. You can hit it. You can hit it, producer.
Let's go.
Oh, yes. That's right. Oh, there we go. We got to start with indubitably for sure. But yes, of course, folks, the host of what I see here will be Familia. Oh, I'm getting chills because I missed these 2 fucking debaters here. Oh, running this show on Thursday. But let me introduce my 2 hosts, folks. Man, he is Mr. Every Night for all of you guys, and none of you guys get tired of it. I'm glad you don't, because this man keeps us going, keeps this network going, because for you fans out there, this man a 2-time network champion, but he's ready to rage out with some fucking words.
Because I'm not just the coolest, and I'm not just the best. The Redeemer is back.
Can you feel it? Do you feel me, sirs and ladies as well? It is Thursday night, live on Circle of Debate, the flagship show, the Redeemer, the OPC himself, and the attorney at law. We back, baby. You know what that means. It is game over.
I get the chills every time I hear that shit. Oh. Why don't I get the chills? Why? It's like fucking mania. What do you call it? It is. Oh my God. But man, and of course, our other host, this man is attorney at law, folks. He fights for everyone. That's why he's been on vacation, because he's been going to, even on his days off, we've been going over there to fight for you guys. Especially, like I said, we've been saying this every day. If you didn't get none on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, or you were stuck taking his shit and you couldn't go with the countdown, or taking the longest piss ever, or had the worst drink of your life on New Year's Day, or your New Year's resolution is not coming true, then call this man today, folks, at 1-900-Mussolini. This man will fight for you. But remember, consultation fee is $3.99. Consultation fee with a free can of Pepsi. Ain't that right, Redeemer?
That is absolutely right. And you must always remember that Pepsi, Phil, and Pepsi are not responsible to see the wrong can of Pepsi. Top Rope Wrestling, Talking Circle of Debate are all responsible for this ad.
Call today.
Warnings on the way. Call Pepsi Phil today. Right now.
Because he will fight for you. They're calling him right now already.
He's already getting calls. Look at this.
He's already getting
happening. Can't escape it.
Oh, he's already getting a phone call.
Wonderful.
It's fucking wonderful. He's like, I got to step out for a moment. I just got to call someone.
Let's
wonderful.
Here you go. Let's get it for the queen here.
Wonderful. I love it.
We're not going to lose. The queen.
There we go.
There we go. And shout out to everybody who's watching. Oh, Jonathan, what's going on, fam?
Good, bro.
Check out, of course, for the Sports For You podcast, man. These men always kill it out there. They have so much incredible content and so much content that they have for you guys. I'm going to check them out. Oh, man, Pepsi Phil. Right, Pepsi Phil, you got to introduce yourself. It's okay. He's probably
don't you love it when friggin', you all of a sudden get a case right now in the middle of doing what you're doing right now, and it's like, oh man, But if you need your time in court, this man's got you.
I just got Jay White a new championship shot at the COD belt.
Yes. Switchblade.
You hear me, Tony Khan? I'm right. Shit.
There you go.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Dango.
Yes.
Dango, what's going on?
What is good, Dango?
Ooh, let's get into the action, gentlemen. We got a lot of things to cover, a lot of predictions coming. But we're not going to get through all of it, what happened the last 2 weeks, because, yes, we took time off, folks. We needed to take some time off, especially because there was so much going around the world. But we're going to start very quick with recapping this. The World's End. You know, we didn't have the opportunity to give our predictions for it, but we're going to give our thoughts overall of what happened at World's End. And all I can tell you, that no champions were crowned. Everybody retained. I'd rather let my hosts here speak up for themselves for, you know, what they thought overall of the card during the pre-show and, of course, the main card. So I started with Attorney at Law, folks. Take it away, break it down. What were your thoughts overall? Did you go crazy when you saw Kenny Omega made his return? I know you did.
Okay, so here were 3 really good moments. Kenny's coming back. Kyle Fletcher versus Will Ospreay. I really did enjoy the Thunder Rosa Mariah May match. And I did, even though it was not really a surprise, I enjoyed the Okada Ricochet match. But I'll be honest with you. This was a B- event for me.
Ooh, really?
It wasn't
fair. See,
it was not a bad night, but I will honestly say the only real surprise I had, and I don't mean surprise in the sense that I thought it was going to be good or I wanted a big change or anything. The only surprise I had in regard to the show that was impactful was a match I did not care about that MJF personally made me care about. Literally,
okay. I am
alrighty.
MJF and Cole, I did not care about that. I gotta tell you right now, MJF pulled a Roddy Piper and literally went extra heel, and I really got into I'm gonna need Cole to whoop your ass mode. Like, even though we agreed that maybe the storyline has run too long and they're trying to catch lightning in the ball again with it, and I will say I was not that enthused about it. But if I have to pick the match that honestly for me was the best story of the night, it was MJF and Cole.
Okay.
Now, if we're talking the best physical match of the night, that was probably Kyle Fletcher and Will Ospreay, or Will Ospreay and Okada. Although honestly, Will Ospreay was selling being hurt during the match, which I thought was an even better storyline watching that happen. Because at that point, Will Ospreay doesn't lose anything because he just had the crap kicked out of him before, so he doesn't lose momentum losing to Okada. The only thing I will say, and this is me being petty as a mark, it feels a little disingenuous and cheap to make Okada win the Continental Classic when he's already Continental Champion anyway. So I actually wasn't really on board with it. I mean, I understand why it happened. But the truth of the matter is, it's like the man's got the belt. What did he like? It was no big surprise he won. So, and I gotta tell you, the main event was not much. Like they did a great job. They did a good job, but honestly, I didn't feel anything in that match.
Okay.
I mean, I thought Orange Cassidy looked best out of all of them. I enjoyed Jay White and his weird look and his comeback because that was a good kind of like a rebranding for him to put him back on the main event stage. But truth and all, the whole match in general could have happened without Moxley. You could that entire match with those three without Moxley being in there. And you would have still gotten the same. You would have had the same effect. Now, do not get me wrong. I am not saying it was not a good match and all of them didn't put their asses on the line for that match. I'm just saying, for me, I didn't feel anything in that match because I was more interested in watching Hangman, Jay White, and Orange Cassidy fight over the belt than I was having them fight over Moxley, who was in the ring.
Gotcha.
And I would have probably enjoyed it more if Moxley was not there, because truth of the matter is, it was a foregone conclusion that he wasn't losing. So the trick was they're doing a match of trying to figure out how to make sure Moxley wins versus the second part of the match, which was how can we have Jay White, Orange Cassidy, and Hangman pretty much screw each other over, which I thought that was a better story versus how to get the belt for.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Now Kenny coming back. I ain't gonna lie. I got a little wired up for that because again, I was really worried about him, and I'm really glad because he looks good even in the suit. You can tell he's in better shape than he was when he left. So I was real happy to see him. He looked healthier. He looked stronger. I'm actually pretty good about that. So I was pretty excited that he came back, and honestly, I'm glad he came back. They didn't have him he wasn't like fighting anybody, and I did like the standoff with Okada. So I don't know how long they're going to stretch that shit out, but at some point it's got to happen again. So but overall the event was B-.
Okay, that's fair. Actually, honestly, it's fair. It's really fair.
And truth be told, I will give one shout out. I will honestly say that Toni Storm is hilarious and goddamn brilliant because I realize what they're doing with her, and I actually do appreciate it. I'll tell you what that is in a second when we do Fight for the Fallen.
Right.
She wasn't in Fight for the Fallen. She wasn't actually on the card for Fight for the Fallen. So I'll say it now. But first of all, this was actually the best, again, that we've seen from the CEO. I actually thought she was passable in this one. She did a pretty good job. Here's the interesting thing that I enjoy about the entire Amnesia Toni Storm.
Okay. I'm waiting for it.
If you think about it, at this point, Toni Storm is a rookie. So if you have her in her amnesic state win the TBS title, it's not a step down for her. It is not a step. It's the rookie won the TBS title versus the world champion Toni Storm did. So it's not the same thing about it. It's not the same person. If it's me, I book it where she beats Mercedes Moné for the TBS title, gets her memory back, and goes, I don't want this belt. I'm a world champion. She relinquishes the belt, and we have a TBS title.
Steven, really, bro?
Steven, you fired. Eject that man from the arena.
You're gonna have to sue, okay? Great, we got another case now, Pepsi Phil. Hope you're happy.
But honestly, that's how I would book the TBS title, because right now the biggest problem is who beats Mercedes Moné. Like they won't let Britt Baker do it. Again, if she takes it, it's a step down for her. But if the rookie, the first year wrestler, brandly new signed to AEW, wins the belt, it's not a step down, and it's well within the gimmick that Toni Storm's doing right now. Which is, I don't know if that's what they're doing, but if it's me, that's what I would do. Because here's the thing: if she loses,
I actually love that.
If she loses to rookie Toni Storm or amnesic Toni Storm, whatever you want, no one's gonna mind.
Robert Brown, appreciate you. What's going on?
Think about it. No one's gonna care. No one's gonna care, and no one's gonna mind.
What's going on,
Dalton? But all in all, World's End was just. like I said, it was still a good event for him. I think this was a good booking event for him. So it doesn't need to, like I said, it doesn't need to be WrestleMania all in, or even like or whatever you want to call it. But it was a good solid pay-per-view. Like I said, I just didn't really feel anything in most of the matches, and the only one that actually gave me any kind of emotion look at really was MJF and Cole, which I did not care about that match. But MJF did a good job of selling that entire match. And Cole did a really good job telling the story of him trying to come back. And they did that little bit where like MJF took out took out his ankle again, and then MJF just focused on that. I thought that was a really good job.
Yeah.
And I mean, granted, we did get the return of Undisputed Kingdom, so there is that too.
Oh, not fully. I think Redeemer and I said that yesterday to watch them. Like, not all of them. One more person is missing. You know who was missing, Phil?
Right? Something's a little fishy here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't call. You can't have the Undisputed it is. So, but yeah. But all in all, I thought like I said, I thought the event did its job for the most part. I mean, like I said, I was not upset. I spent $50 to watch it.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, Redeemer, break it down for us, brother.
God, Pepsi Phil just basically said basically everything that I was literally gonna say. Like, holy hell, on a handbasket. Like, that's literally how I felt by the end of the show. I was sitting after, like, when we were done with the entirety of the show, I sat there and I go, the wrestling is what carried this show. And that's what made it again, what Pepsiville said being a B-, that's basically what this show was. It was not anything like over extravagant. You know, there was a lot of, missing stories in certain areas here and there. There was even some, discombobulated ones where they're all over the freaking place and everything else. But it's like, as soon as they got, again, the wrestling carried that night. It was literally the Continental Classic stuff, which was all around fantastic. Ospreay and Fletcher as the opener, fantastic. You follow it up with Okada and Ricochet, a really damn good match. The finals was fantastic. Again, watching Ospreay and Okada go at it again, and the way they told that story, that little in the tournament story of Ospreay going in the first match, busted open, going back in there against Okada, who everyone is called, as they were calling him, the best tournament wrestler as they have right now. It was such a good way to go about that whole thing. Honestly, I think they made the right decision having Okada retain the title. I wasn't against that option. I really enjoyed Mariah and Thunder for a little thrown together story that they had in there. The match was very, very good. Yeah, like, I would love to see more, besides this random stuff for Mariah May. Like, it's just crazy how she went from that story with Tony Storm, and now it's like Tony's still continuously telling a story by resetting herself and calling herself a rookie, which is fantastic. Because like when she comes back to Timeless again, and she's like, "This was my greatest performance ever. I had everyone fooled that I came back as a rookie and everything like that." Like, what a freaking fantastic way to go about that. It's incredible. So, and again, when we get her and Mariah back together and they run it back, it's going to be the whole entirety of how you went about all that is going to be an incredible story. But I would love to see them actually come up with more and give me some more story-wise stuff for Mariah, because her reign is still feeling like it's missing something here. And it just feels like after coming off something so huge, it's just now it feels like we're just giving her tidbits, which is weird.
I mean, you can't. I mean, I agree. I mean, but let's face it, that Tony Storm storyline was a little bit hard to follow.
Yeah,
I appreciate the Mina Shirakawa thing, but that wasn't. I mean, that was really well done. And again, that was another good match as well. But truth be told, this is, and I'll put this on. This is the critical hat. They made the mistake of only building up three women wrestlers in AEW.
Yes.
So literally every single time they put someone in front of her, it has to be thrown together.
Yeah.
Like literally, like it does not like it's hard because like think about it. There are a ton of great wrestlers, but like here's the thing. Mariah May, Deonna Purrazzo could be something, but like I said, they had to bury her, give her a new storyline. Steven, it was a good side note. Takeshita Hobbs was a really good match. Don't ask me what that shit was about. Like, I have no idea what their beef was, but they did a good job selling whatever it was.
Yeah.
He just wanted the belt. He wanted to get a title shot, but it was a good. Yeah, you're right. It was a good match.
Yeah. Like I said, that's one of those another thrown together matches. Thankfully, Takeshita and Hobbs are great fucking wrestlers. Like you said, the wrestling carried that night.
Yep. Yeah. Like even MJF and Cole. Like literally. How many times have I said personally on this show and everything else, even on Dynamite, that I don't really fucking care anymore about what is going on with Cole and MJF. That story has basically run cold to the point where it just needs to be the end. And that's literally what this match was. And I expected this matchup to be amazing because these two know how to put on an amazing match. And that is what we got out of this. But again, in the end, I'm just glad it's over. Because honestly, I don't care about the Dynamite Diamond Ring. It literally means nothing. MJF is going to have that thing forever at this point because that has basically become his gimmick that he won a ring, and that is it at this point. And now Cole's got Undisputed Kingdom back together as a full group now. So it is what it is at this point. And I'm just, I'm glad it's over, but I'm glad they put on an amazing match in the process of it. And even then, they told a little bit of a story there where it was targeting Cole's ankle to the point where MJF, still trying to do his MJF ways of trying to win the match, but Cole knows how to counter those ways because they've been together as a team for so long. But it was just so much little bits and pieces there in that matchup that, again, it made it so good. But in the end, it's still, I'm glad it's over. We finally got to the conclusion that we needed.
I enjoyed it. I mean, they did a good job with the story so much. I enjoyed the fact that MJF's elbow pad had double clothesline on it.
Right? That's good.
Which used to be their thing. But I mean, it's not, like I said, it's really weird because, I mean, that's the good thing about it. Like, even if the story's not there, good wrestling will pretty much carry that shit over. So I was okay. Like I said, that's why I got the B-. It's like, at the very least, at least it wasn't like before, like 5 years ago, where a company that shall not be named, WWE, used to have pay-per-views, and it was just like, I don't even know why this match is happening.
Right.
So at the very least,
true.
But
Takeshita and Hobbs, banger of a match, randomly thrown together. But hell, Hobbs is damn good. Takeshita, we all have freaking, gassed Takeshita up to the freaking heavens. Like, that man is incredible for a reason. Like,
I've said it. I've said it before. He needs to leave AEW, go back to New Japan.
Right.
Like, I feel like
Japan at this point.
Yeah, I feel like he has learned everything he could possibly learn from AEW. He's, like I said, now that he has a belt, he pretty much is done. They're never going to give him the world title, at least not yet.
Unless he's going to win the Continental title down the road, or if he's going to win, the TNT title or something like that. Like, that's really about all he's got left.
But right now, I'm well on the way to have him beat what's his name? I forget who has it right now, the Global Championship. At least give him that. To have him go to Japan and win the Global Championship from what's his name?
David Finlay. It's
David Finlay, yeah. Have him win it for David Finlay.
Unless Yoda wins it, we don't know yet.
Right.
That's the best part.
Right.
That's the best part.
Tom. What's going on, Tom?
Bro,
that's the thing, though. Yoda Tsuji and Takeshita did fight in the G1 Classic. And that shit was a banger matchup. That shit was a banger. So if they're going for a title, I am there for it 100%. And for anyone who's paying attention, in about 24 hours, Wrestle Dream starts.
Oh my God, that's amazing to think of.
Yes, and we are going to have a watch along here with OGK, the Man of 1,000 Words, Bagley. He'll be putting that on.
That's going to be y'all, because I ain't going to be up at 3:00 in the morning. That's why I got.
He is. I'm not. He's the one who's going to be hosting it.
So that's why I got the app, so I don't have to be up there early that late at night.
All right. Well, now again, you're going to be absolutely stunned when I say this. I loved Stat and Mercedes as a match. They
Yeah.
their first
it was-
one that they recently had was fantastic. You know, again, did I wish Mercedes had dropped the title? Absolutely, because at this point, I think her reign is flat. I don't think she needs the whole. I think she needs to drop the TBS title. We need to get it on somebody new at this point because I to be honest with you, I don't care to see that woman go on a Kenny Omega run and just be a belt collector. I don't care to see that shit. I will pass on that every single time. But again, this is another situation where I wish she'd have dropped it because. But after that, like seeing what happened with Stat, it almost felt like a send off. It felt so weird to watch her because I was like, is she leaving?
Yep.
Like, is this like legit? Because I don't know. It just felt like this is it. She was done. Like they stayed on the ring for so long. They kept the camera on her. The crowd gave her an applause, and I'm like, why does this feel like she's leaving?
I mean, my thing is like, you know, at Wrestle Dynasty, not Wrestle Dream, y'all. Sorry, Wrestle Dynasty coming up on the second day of Wrestle Dynasty. There is her and Mina Shirakawa for the New Japan Strong title.
I found out today that it's for both titles. It
is.
Yes,
for
the Rev Pro title, and that's the thing that annoys me with it. She's gonna end up winning that title from Mina, and I hate that with a passion because I don't, like I said, I don't care to see her walking around with 15 different titles. You know, like it's just not that exciting for her right now. She's not Kayla. She's at the point again, like we get where what she was supposed to do when she came in. It was supposed to be that enhancement for the division right now. But honestly, it still feels like it hasn't done that for the division.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If we take her run since she's come back, and you can include the New Japan run she had.
Okay.
If you combine both of those runs and you ask me, does she deserve to have 3 belts at this time? I will tell you straight up, no.
I hope she doesn't, but I have a feeling she's going to.
But honestly, her being Rev Pro champion really doesn't make sense because Rev Pro, I guess I can understand the promotion for it, but it just does not feel beneficial to them, other than just making Mercedes Moné bigger and giving Tony Khan another little thing in his hat. But again, I mean, this is on New Japan and Rev Pro. If they're gonna let that shit happen, they're gonna let that shit happen. So I can't really argue too much about it.
Yeah, like I said, the finals of the CC was amazing. I loved Okada and Ospreay. Omega coming back, fantastic. I'm happy to see that he's doing well. Everything else, you know, I'm excited to see what him and Gabe Kidd is gonna do at Wrestle Dynasty. I can't wait to see that matchup as a whole. But it was just like it felt so awkward to see him come out there and basically not go after Okada. Like, why did he not want to beat the shit out of him when Okada is partially responsible for taking him out on that Dynamite?
Okay, so here's the question. Is that a booking dream as a mark, or is that literally a booking dream as a booker?
I don't know. I don't know. Like it just felt so weird though with that whole situation where it's like, why did this man not want to just beat the hell out of Okada for being partially responsible for putting him out again while he was basically going to be out with diverticulitis? Like, it just felt so awkward. But again, you know, it's Okada and Omega. When they run it back, you know, it's going to be another 85-star classic that Meltzer's going to freaking need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for God's sake. So in the end, like I said, I'm just happy to see Kenny back. And the main event, I'm with you, Phil. Like I said it that night on the show, the main event did not feel like a main event. It felt off. I don't know what it was. There was something was good, Ben. It was missing something, and I think it's just because of the fact that the Death Rider story still feels like it's missing something. It's still missing a lot right now. It still feels like it's not reached a level that it needs to be at. Like, I was happy again for weeks when they added Jay White and added Orange Cassidy and added, Hangman in this situation. Finally we moved on from the quote unquote AEW dark people trying to defend the company when we know they're not going to be the ones to defend the company at this point. We need the big names. We finally got some big names in there, and I was happy with that. And again, the 3 challengers did really freaking well, but again, it just felt like so much of the same Death Rider shtick every freaking week that we've seen, where it's having them show up, beat up the crowd, beat up the fan, like beat up the 3 guys. And I'm just like, it's the same damn thing that we've saw on Dynamite for the past like freaking 3-4 weeks. So why should I really be that excited to see this main event? And by the end of it, I just go, it was a fine matchup, but I didn't feel like a main event. It felt off. I was not blown away by it. And Copeland coming back was cool. Again, it's another big name for Moxley to feud with, which is fine. Again, that's what we need, is more big names to be the ones to be like, they could be the one to beat Moxley. They could do it. And I don't know. I'm still not impressed, and I'm still not locked in fully on this Death Rider stuff. I need something, and I don't know what that something is from it. It's just not there. But overall, again, just from the wrestling standpoint for World's End, I was impressed. I was happy with the show. I just wanted more stories, and that was really it.
Yep. And AO Justin. There you go.
Hi, Lauren.
Hey.
Yes, a shout out to everybody in the chat again. Lauren, Steven, Benjamin, what's going on? Mr. Pignator saying, let us know what's going on. Let us know what's going on.
Impact of the Year shout.
Yes. Let us know what's going on Impact.
Yes, keep us updated.
Keep us updated. This probably sounds like a motorcycle gang. You're not wrong there, Steven. You're not wrong there.
I will say they became more compelling when Ed showed up or Cope came back. I will say that they got more interesting to me when Cope came back, when they had someone to fight.
Stop calling him Cope. I hate it.
I mean, that's what he copy wrote.
I know. I'm gonna say that for five when we get into Dynamite.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm just gonna do it. It might sound like a pun, but I'm gonna say it. I ain't coping with that. I'm gonna say
I love
I ain't
that.
coping
I
with it.
fucking love that.
All right. So now, what do you want to jump to Raw? You want to jump to Raw, brother? Because that was a good night.
Oh, give me a minute here. Let me see. I'll tell you what, Judge Ryder needs to get rid of Pac and Uda and get some more big guys.
Maybe.
I also
they need to keep Uda, because right now his only job is to take that pin. In every match.
Okay.
Ooh, I like that.
I like that.
Really? Okay.
I like that matchup.
Okay. That's actually not bad. Let's see. I would like to see.
Also, shouts to Ace Austin being in DPW right now, because he's challenging Jake something for their title, and I love it.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
All right. What can I say about World's End? You guys pretty much know everything. I can't really add much to it. It was a great show, though. Great matches. One thing about AEW pay-per-views, they don't disappoint when it comes to matches. They have their matches up to par. And I think throughout the 2024, every pay-per-view matches they have has been great. And yes, said on the chat as well that Will Ospreay always puts fantastic. He does. And he likes to put people over. I love that. I enjoyed that. The same with, Chris Statlander situation. It questions me as well that what is her intent? Is she's leaving? Is she's taking a break? Is she's gonna go after now for the women's championship instead of the TBS title? Because we haven't seen her go for that contendership. I mean, I don't know. It's that Chris Statlander, great performance. I really enjoyed that between her and Mercedes. Great psychology as well. Everything overall was great at that matchup. I can't see nothing bad. It was really great. Everything was great. I give those two women credit for what they did. Seeing Okada Ricochet, I love how Okada runs to the ropes and slapping the back of the head. Like, I love that. That was that's like my favorite. That's the Okada I know. Oh my god, I really enjoyed that. and seeing that I was amazing, and seeing Ospreay, yes, losing towards the end, but he put over Cal Fletcher on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Fletcher lost, but it didn't hurt him. I feel the feud with Fletcher and Ospreay helped develop Fletcher more as a heel, and I hope they really give him a singles title again. Not the Ring of Honor, when he won the Ring of Honor Television Championship, but I wanted to now go after an AEW belt, maybe for the TNT. Who knows? Maybe down the line, him and Daniel Garcia, maybe so. I'm excited to see how that feud will turn out to be. That's something that I'm actually intrigued of. Of course, Will Hobbs. Go for it, Phil. We're going to say something.
No, keep in mind, this is only round 2. They still got one more.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, it's the rubber match now.
It's the rubber match now. And then you have Hobbs looks great. He looked great in this matchup. I was happy to see Hobbs, just to see him, how his in-ring psychology kind of developed more, and Takeshi taking care of him. Like I was telling Bigley and I was telling Redeemer, I was like, man, that match reminded me of it really did kind of like Takeshi versus Shingo in a way. It kind of reminded me of that a bit, a little bit of it, or Eric Henare type of way. And oh man, I loved it. And good, kudos for Hobbs. I hear everybody, like I heard everybody in the IWC community. Well, this is a guy. He's a powerhouse. He shouldn't be, he should be a big man with, really dominating the matchup. But I get what Tony Khan's trying to do here in this type of styles of wrestling with his big men. He wants to make it even, but then again, it's a 50-50 because it could be sometimes, and there's times that there isn't, because it's like you're putting your high flyers too much overboard than your heavyweights, like Hobbs, Brian Cage, Brody King, Lance Archer. Those are big, meaty men that are slapping meat, baby. That should be a powerhouse, no pun intended, power. Will Hobbs, but at least something that can be dominant during their matches. It doesn't have to be all the time, but at least can be somehow consistent, because they are big men that could do also athletic moves in a way. Some of them, not all of them. But so that's what I'm saying. It's a 50-50. Tony Khan needs to balance it out for that when it comes to his heavyweights and his light heavyweights. He needs to balance it out between both when they're having matches. I'm glad that MJF and Adam Cole, it's fucking done. I'm like, yes, this better be the world's end, and end it this way. Fuck, I don't care if Adam Cole loses. I mean, I don't care. I just don't care. That's fine. Move on. We got the reunited, and it feels so good. They got them reuniting. Like, oh, come here. Oh, now we got the actual United Kingdom all of them together. Kyle. And I wouldn't mind seeing them in the Ring of Honor to go ahead and see what they could do out. I wouldn't mind seeing Adam Cole going after the Ring of Honor World Title, or Cal Fletcher, or Roderick Strong. You still have the others. They could go after for the tag team, belts of Ring of Honor. I don't see them doing anything AEW, or have a feud with the Death Riders. Maybe, who knows, if they can add another member to it. Who knows? They can do something with that as well. So I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do next for them, for that faction. If they're going to be faces, I don't want it. Or let's say they go heels, will work either too. I mean, that will definitely work out for them. Oh. What else can I say of this pay-per-view? I mean, seeing let's see. Okay, we're seeing the Fatal 4-Way. Okay, all right. Now I could get ready for this one. Yes, it was a great matchup. It was really more highlighted with Hangman. If we saw him, he did a lot more than the other three. Jay White, I was happy that he gave the switchblade on Marina Shafir. I was happy with that. Oh my god! Like, he just caught her off guard, and she landed nice on that. I was like, yeah, baby, finally.
I'll say that I love that they teased it the first time and then actually went through with it at World's End. Which I was like, that's a match. That's a moment of the entire match right there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Oh man, and seeing Adam Copeland, man. Oh God. Yes, it was exciting. It was great. But it's just like, you know what? I fuck it. I'm gonna save myself when we get to fucking Piper falling on that one. But the main event was okay. It was okay. Wasn't the best. It was expected. That was the appearance we got. Rated R, FTR Cope. Okay.
Yeah, rated FTR.
Rated FTR, I guess. So I mean, and yes, we did, Steven. I did see that. Congratulations for him. Now he's officially will be signing with Noah because his contract's coming up. They're not going to renew his, so he'll be staying in Japan. That's for sure. Well, that's right. Storyline has made it. It has, Henry. It has. You're not wrong about that. Almost already wrestler of the year. Shout out to Nick.
Nick, why would you say that? Why?
With Edge and FTR and Best coming to fold, maybe so. Hopefully so, Lauren. Maybe they could happen. Almost should be the New Day's heavy bodyguard. I mean, they could have. I don't know why they never did it.
Why?
TK's half baked.
Said this
doesn't know how to handle the talent. That's you're not wrong there. Mr. Pinion said, didn't Hobbs, start out being paired with Mox during Yes, it did. But remember, he got injured. Because when he wrestled Mox, that's when he tore his I think his MCO or ACO. I'm not sure which one was it, and he was out for quite some time. Let's see. No studios. That was okay. Yes, I want to see Best. So do I. Who knows if we see Best? Congrats to Almas. Yes, behind the turnbuckle. That's absolutely right. Are you homophobe? Just
I don't like Omos, bro. Listen, congrats to him for winning freaking gold outside of WWE. But other than that, stay the fuck off TV.
He needs some help in his in-ring, and his character. Hopefully in Japan they can help him develop that.
I've not been blown away ever by an Omos match.
I haven't either. I just the kick can go, but I hope in Japan. I hope Muda does something with him and the rest of his team to really elevate that man where he needs to be. Let's see. Hobbs had the same colors. Had the same color as a Hurt Business. Yes, he did. Let's see. It's Dangle. Oh, I am okay.
He's doing it from the behind the turnbuckle account, bro.
Awesome. Subscribe while you at it. Do that. But overall, yeah, I'll give it out of a 10. I'll give it an 8.5. Wasn't bad. It just the endings were just like, fucking really. I'm gonna hold myself to when we get into fucking. Might as well fucking get into it. You know what time it is, folks?
Yeah.
It is that time.
It's time! It's time! It's Dynamite!
That's right. It is time for Dynamite, the first year Fight for the Fallen, first year Dynamite of 2025 that happened 24 hours ago, which we did a watch along as well, hosted by your Redeemer right here himself. But it was and the first time on HBO Max, besides TBS. I was actually watching it on HBO Max, and it was actually not bad. It was actually everything was great. There was no issues. The streaming was great. Same time like anywhere else, on Eastern time, Central time, West. Everything came out perfectly. So congrats to Tony Khan. And then of course, room your window. You're getting paid weekly. Oh, well, good for you. You're going to get paid weekly for your television platform on HBO Max. Of course, we know that the ratings for this is not going to be what you guys think it is for the TV ratings. But we got to see once WrestleNomics get everything combined together, he'll let us know where they're actually at specifically. I've been waiting for that because I'm curious to see what it was, their demographics. And was there any new subscribers heading into Dynamite here. But so far, we haven't gotten the ratings for that as of yet. I'm looking, and let's see. No, they're not in as of yet. But a lot of promos here, gentlemen. A lot of promos here that happen to get us to where we need to get for this year, 2025, for AEW. Now, I I'm gonna just go very quick on this shit because I mean, I'll start with the main event very quick. Man, okay, good main event. It was okay. I wasn't saying I wasn't the best. The promos that we saw from MJF and Adam Cole, and then just seeing everybody. Oh yeah, we want to get that title. We all want Jeff Jarrett's promo. I'm not retiring. I'm like, son of a bitch, you're not retiring. Oh, why? You should have said retired, man. You should have just retired. I was just like, son of a bitch, man. Why? But it is what it is. Let's see it next time. Let's see. Shikote. Trevor is a dead. Oh, yes, he is. Okay.
Eddie Kingston?
Ooh,
Really?
He's back. Okay.
What? Damn.
Hell yeah. About time. I'm so happy for him that he's back. That's one guy I would have liked to mind.
What's he doing in TNA? I thought he was with AEW.
Yeah, this is a good question. But
interesting.
That's one guy I would have mind him going after Moxley for that belt. That guy is for sure.
Oh,
that. Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Now I see.
You got us hyped up there with his opinion. I'm like, wait a minute, what? He's back already? I mean, damn, so quick.
There we go.
I know a lot of people on our chat, and I don't know how the IWC community feels. Who should be the next one to dethrone Jon Moxley? Who should be the one actually could do it? You know, Adam Copeland, I'd say no. I think it's a great feud. Yes. Would it put Moxley over? Yes. Do I feel like it should be Adam Copeland? No. They shouldn't at all. No. I'm still going to stick where I said. And I feel like a Revolution, since Revolution is not until March, there's not much pay-per-views coming, there's not pay-per-view coming up this whole month for AEW, or I believe in February, not until March. So they have 2 months to build something here. Give Moxie competitors. Okay. Do I see them dethrone him? No. There's one man I'm going to stick to my gun with, and I'm going to stick to him. And this is what pisses me off at Tony Khan. I hope you're allowing Moxley telling the story for Darby Allin. I want Darby Allin to be the guy to dethrone Moxley at Revolution because he is a revolution. The meaning revolution is that you're a revolution. You're fighting against whatever odds. You're rebelling against whatever it is. And Darby, it fits him well for that pay-per-view and for him to do it. I want, like I said in the chat and I'll say it here live. Darby to me is like your Mick Foley that nobody thinks he can win the belt, and he ended up, and then he'll be the one dethroning Jon Moxley, winning that AEW World Championship. There's only one man left in this category of the top pillars. And yes, I know Moxley hasn't got a taste of MJF yet, but he's done with Orange. I mean, Jack Perry's who's a top pillar, quote on that. I mean, he hasn't had him, but two of your faces, we could say, one he already defeated Orange Cassidy, but the other one has to be Darby Allin. Darby Allin is the one who has to do this. This is his year. I wanted it for me. In the beginning, I felt upset. I was so upset because I was like, man, it's like fucking WCW 2.0. What the fuck is this? Like, no, I don't want former WWE stars going for this belt. Yes, it helps the product. I'm not saying it doesn't. I want, but an actual original fucking AEW talent to do it. And Darby was one of them because he's one of them because he signed. He's an original of AEW, signed 5 years ago. That's why I want Darby to be the guy. He should be the guy to be the one dethroning Jon Moxley, because since the promo when he said, I looked up to you, you were my idol, you helped me push myself, to the promo during the Continental Classic, the promo that he busted as well, for them throwing Darby down the stairs, attacking him, that should be his revenge tour and going after for that belt. And this is where, if I see that happening, here's the other one that people are gonna be like, why? If that's what you want, then why you're saying this?
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And that's gonna be fucking Christian Cage is gonna cash in that fucking. I know, but we gotta give this man his credit.
How many times have I said it on the show?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
I've been saying it during the freaking Dynamite watch-alongs every single time. Whenever freaking the world title's involved and Christian is sitting there with his contract, every single time I keep going, it's gonna happen. They're gonna build up Darby finally for this whole entire situation, and as soon as Darby has his moment and he's standing there celebrating, they're gonna freaking have it swept out from underneath him because Christian Cage.
Yeah. Which I don't mind that because you've been saying it as well. I mean, you're the one starting off saying it for quite some time, Redeemer. And yes, I don't want to mind it because we got to give Christian Cage his credit what credit's due. This man knows how to build a fucking face. He's a heel, a fucking horror, like a piss. He pisses you off so much he put us in C2. We want to see this man get his ass whooped. That's what is a heel supposed to do. Christian Cage has done that even though I didn't agree in the beginning with him being the first feud with Swerve when he was a champ, but it did benefit Swerve at the end because it helped him build his momentum as a face and as a world champion against Christian Cage. That's what I'm saying. I gotta have to give Cage's credit. He knows how to put people over with his promos, with what he does. So I gotta give him credit. So I'm with you. You've been saying it, Redeemer, that he's gonna be the one. You know, Darby wins it, comes in, cashes his damn fucking contract, wins that fucking belt, and then have Darby be the chaser for that belt. While in the meantime, you have Moxley like, what the hell just happened? And hopefully the rest of the roster goes against the Death Riders. We don't know. It could be Kenny Omega going after him, leading the way, along with the Young Bucks. Maybe we'll get a reunion of the Elite and they turn faces. Like, you know what? This was our promotion. We started this shit. Let's go. Let's get back what we need to get back from them. We see Okada probably being like by himself, maybe, instead of NJPW as well. Who knows? There could be a way to develop the story with them. And it doesn't have to include Moxley with the belt. It could be just him losing it, and he has to face now the rest of the roster. You already got the throne, buddy. You're no longer king of the mountain. You're now got the throne while Christian Cage and Darby feuds for that belt. That gives an opportunity for them to build that belt and build Darby more being a chaser. And I wouldn't mind seeing that. I don't know if you feel the same, Redeemer, but I don't mind seeing that. There's way too many different scenarios you can really build that story for John Moxley. I don't know who do you see? Who do you see dethroning John Moxley? Besides you said it, Darby Allin.
Yeah.
But is there anybody else that comes to your mind that could do it?
Honestly, no. I think this whole thing still is gonna end up being set up for Darby. I think this is Darby to the T. Like at this point, after he was one of those guys that basically, he went out there and he was aligned with Sting the entire time. He's out there with Sting, doing that whole run with him all the way to the end when Sting is done. Like that right there was basically the start for Darby. Like when they had him doing all this stuff, like after that interaction with Moxley, when he did that whole thing where like, you were my idol, you did this. And that's like all the times those two have gone to war with each other right now. Like Darby has yet to ever beat Moxley. That's the story. That's basically the story at this point. So now Darby is in a situation where, he's got to go in there and the odds are absolutely stacked against him. Eventually it's going to come down to the point where Moxley's made so many enemies with the Death Riders that these guys are going to, put aside. If they had beef with Darby Allin in the past, they're going to put that all aside to end the Death Riders once and for all and have Darby win the world championship. But of course, like I've been saying, I think Christian is still going to be that buzzkill no matter what. And it's going to be right back to Darby chasing all over again. And do I think Christian's a good way to go about that? Yes. Fine. Christian knows how to, build people up. But honestly, like it's going to be at the situation. Like, do we really desperately need Christian to be your world champion right now? I get that, the Death Rider story as a whole when it comes to an end, everyone's going to be like, well, thank God that's over, because right now the entirety of that story feels very flat. It still needs some kind of spice for it right now. So I have a feeling like if Tony doesn't step it up, by the end of that, everyone's going to be like, well, thank God that's over. But then they're going to be like, literally at the point where it's like, well, you did all that just to sweep it out from Darby. You didn't think he was ready again. Like we are basically being told by AEW the Death Rider story as of right now is the biggest thing in the company. If Darby is the one to put an end to the biggest thing in the company right now, and that right there is telling us right there that you built him up enough and that we need to believe in Darby. We see him as a main eventer now. But if you have that moment taken away from him in a heartbeat, it's fine in a sense, but it's also not, because it's kind of like, it almost kind of feels like insulting to the people who you try to tell that Darby's going to be the big guy. Darby's going to be the main eventer. Darby's going to be the guy to do this. We built him up to this T, but even then we didn't even believe in him. Like, unless he's going to go full, Mick Foley, and he's going to like hold the championship for a little bit, start chasing, come back to it, win the championship again. Like, then fine, I can understand that. But if it's not one of those situations and you're not going to put that championship on Darby in the long run again, it's going to come off very weird for a lot of people. So like, this has to be done correctly in a lot of big sense right now.
I agree. It has to be done. It has to be done that way, because if Tony Khan delays this story for Darby, then that momentum's gone. I feel like it's going to die out. And that's the one thing I'm afraid that it's happening here in a way. And I'm hoping that even though Jay White won the triple threat to get the number 1 spot on the Gauntlet matchup next week, which, by the way, was a good matchup. It was great to see. I think all three of them did a great job. Hangman did a great job. And, not Hangman, excuse me, Swerve and Roderick. They did a great triple threat match. But here, even on that Gauntlet, we could see Darby making his entrance and actually wins the whole fucking shit and gets the more contendership shot. He can hold that. I mean, I know they're saying that it could be a Maximum Carnage. I guess maybe so, but I hope maybe he could delay it and says, you know what, I'm going to save it. I want a Revolution. That's what I want. I want a Revolution. I hope they're able to do that if Darby enters it. Or let's say he does enter and maybe he Moxley and Death Riders eliminate him, causing him to get eliminated. And that's how you can start building up more and more and more. Then I wouldn't mind seeing that either. It's just that I just hope they don't delay it, because if they, like, you're right, like if they delay it, I still feel that it's gonna die out. And that's what I'm afraid of, that it's gonna fucking die out and nobody's gonna give a shit. And I don't want that for Darby. That's
the big moment right now where everybody's going to be like, I feel like a lot of people believe that Darby's going to be the one to do it. But the more you delay it and the more you make people be like, well, is it not going to be Darby? Like, or is it really going to be somebody else? I don't know. Like, I think they're doing right now. They're still in the process of building Darby. Like, look what just happened on the last episode of Rampage. They stomped Darby's neck in with a chair and then kicked him downstairs. Well, at this point, if Darby comes back and wins the world championship match, like the Gauntlet, and challenges Moxley, we don't know when that championship match is going to come into effect yet. So Darby has that thing waiting in perfect timing, because right now, Copeland's going to be the one seemingly challenging Moxley next, which is fine. Again, right now we're happy that we're getting big names involved in the championship scene, which is good. That's what it should be. Shouts to the banger.
Bobby, what's going on? Yeah, he even saying it's still Darby.
Yeah, see, even TK believes it at this point. Like, it's so yeah, Darby's gonna get his best. Yes. At this point, like, I think they're doing a very good job, still keeping Darby away. He still gets beaten down, he comes back. He gets beaten down, he comes back. Fucking Cope. God damn it. Oh, God, no, Henry. Come on.
I mean, I said that to Henry before, but it looks like it's not gonna happen. I thought it was gonna happen at World's End, but I guess not.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just happy they're building Darby up in a sense, but there still needs to be more building. He needs to start getting some wins on television some more. He needs to start getting in these situations where it's not, again, I love that he keeps, getting beaten down, coming back, beaten down, coming back. That's the perfect way to do it. That's the guy who is determined to go out there and put an end to the Death Riders. And that's like, again, that's how everybody sees it right now. Darby is the one that is still coming back while everybody else is, we're still adding pieces, and they're getting moved out of it, and they're getting moved in, then moved out of it. Yeah. Darby's still in it. He gets taken off TV, but we don't forget that Darby's still hanging around in the background right now. He's still there. Once he gets done with his, getting thrown off a building and thrown through a car and hit by a bus and everything else that he does, he's still going to come back because he wants that world championship. He wants to put an end to the Death Riders. And like I said, when that big moment happens, it's got to stick. Christian winning it will be, one of those moments where it's like, oh, man, that was kind of well done because Christian, you beat Christian. That's a good thing. You're beating a legend, but I don't know. It's a little bit of a risk in the end, I feel like, too.
Yeah, I know. But the one thing I wouldn't mind seeing is, let's say, they bust a promo with Darby getting, he's still unconscious on the floor. Then somebody comes and wakes him up and, hey, come on, get up. And then you see a hand, and then guess whose hand is it is to get him up? It's Sting! I see Sting get into his head. All right, we got some training to do, kid. We need you to get back in that title, like that title contention. I'll be a badass promo if they could do that for him, and then be at Revolution and Sting be right there next to him. You got this, kid. Like, I just hope if they could build that story for Darby that way, it'd be so fucking awesome, man. I swear, I'll be
very true.
I just hope they do something like that. And let's see, Darby's ready for this. Like, yep, exactly. Yes. Exactly. Do Indubitably's count today. There you go.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Opinionated?
There you go.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely. But go ahead and break down the rest of Dynamite, brother. Go ahead, take it away. I was gonna do it, but go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right, Phil. Let's tag team this one right now.
Okay. I mean, I'll be honest. I think the match of the night for me, only because it makes me laugh, is still the Acclaimed versus the Hurt Locker. I mean, the Hurt Syndicate.
Yeah.
You just brought something up that I was cracking up last time, but go ahead. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about.
I enjoyed it because the dissolution of the Acclaimed is long past due. Like, they don't even run with Billy Gunn anymore. But somehow, some way, I don't see the newest member of Hurt Syndicate being a Max Caster. And they did say over there, but I think it's going to be Anthony Bowen. Like, if they introduce a new member, I think it's going to be Anthony Bowen. Mm-hmm. He's the only one who has the exact same thing. They dislike people who suck up to him. Like,
honestly, I don't know, because I'm at the point where I don't see even Bowens succeeding in the Hurt Syndicate with that.
Well, you have to remember, he's the rookie in the group, so they could teach him a lot right now, because that was the original purpose of the Hurt Locker. Bobby Lashley wanted young guys he could help build up. Of the two, Matt Caster and Anthony Bowens, I think Anthony Bowens right now, out of the two, Anthony Bowens has the biggest momentum. So I kind of want to see that. Yeah, other than so that's that one. I'll be honest, the Julia Hart made me happy as fuck.
I'm so torn on that matchup still, because yes, I'm happy that we're doing good with Julia. And again, Tony, you're fucking bullshit for not doing more with House of Black. I'm just going to continue.
It is that time. It is that time. Let's do it.
That's fucking bullshit.
You're bullshit, Tony Khan. Where the fuck is House of Blackmore? God damn it.
There you go.
I'm happy that they're doing stuff with Julia, that is back, but like, why is Jamie Hayter the one on the bad end of this whole thing? You know, we all were so freaking excited. We wanted Jamie Hayter back. We wanted her back. Couldn't wait for her to just like appear, you know, after her injury. She finally comes back and it's on a fucking pre-show. First off, that tells me right there that you don't give a rat's ass about Jamie Hayter anymore. That right off the bat. And now you bring her back and all she's done basically is nothing.
But here's the thing, though. Technically, she's on a comeback. I don't think she lost anything with losing this match. It was a great match with Julia Hart. It was a great time. She didn't lose clean. And literally, we get to have an extended rivalry because at this point in time, they're not letting her go after Mariah May. They're not letting her go after going after Mercedes Moné. Julia Hart versus her is actually a legitimately good call because at the very least, you get two people who, honestly, if you think about it, Jamie has only been back for a little bit less than 6 months. She has not been back.
She came back, and I apologize. Remind me, she came back when?
What was the last pay-per-view? Not last pay-per-view.
It was all in.
It was in London. It was London. So yeah, it's only
last year.
If it's all in last year, yeah, active in the last 6 months. Honestly, so and Julia Hart just came back. So have a note too, as you go through the process of building them up, is actually not a bad call for me. And I think they need to put Julia Hart somewhere, and they need to build her up quickly. So having them both get built up for me, and I do understand your point because yeah, right now she does feel real floaty because after Saraya, she honestly didn't really have anything to do.
Agreed, TK.
But remember,
that was a weird situation to have it. It's like you put two women in there that desperately need to be continuously built up. You know, Jamie, you know, she's feeling like she's, you know, at probably the lowest she's been in this company right now. She needs to just get built up more, you know, elevated more. But then you got Julia Hart who just comes back, and you know she needs another that needs to get, you know, elevated again, you know, since she's been out with the injury. And it's like, I don't know. That felt like a really big lose-lose situation to have this matchup. But I thought it was really good, though.
But here's the thing, though. What do you do with them? Like, what do you do with them? Those two need to be built up. What do you do with them? You use them again. Because right now, they still have Sky Blue coming in I think she's about a month to 2 months away from coming back. Yeah. And then you have her coming back. At that point, that women's roster is going to be crazy stacked with something to do. Right now, their biggest problem they've been having is, like I said, all of these like Wayfair and Journey women floating around who just show up every so often to get matches thrown together. So at the very least, at least build them up around each other if they can't be built around a championship. That's the thing. That's Tony's biggest weakness right now. He gets too focused on a couple of people and he doesn't do them. And honestly, this is a model Paul Heyman started. The idea of building people up from the bottom up and like slowly building people up, but like always ready to move somebody out in case somebody went down. Now, that period where we lost Julia Hart and Sky Blue, that was a terrible time for them.
Yes.
No, I do not.
Their momentum was building up, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah. But like after those two came, he had focused just on those two. Britt Baker was out on injury, and there was no one else. There was literally no other women there. Like Mariah May hadn't shown up yet. It was literally just Toni Storm floating around with nothing to do. And the only reason she lasted as long is because her gimmick was so timeless, was such a great gimmick. Right. So at the very least, it's time. He is at least working on the fact that he needs to start building them up with some random matches. Like, let's look at it. Remember, Penelope Ford, same story.
Yeah.
She comes back, she's got the same problem. This is because it's like, what is it? 6-7 years now that AEW's been in business. He's just learning how to build down the roster all the way down. Like not just his favorites, but literally start building up people. And this is, I mean, Is it awkward? Yes. Does it look clumsy? Yeah. But at least he's like making an attempt. That's how I see it. I don't like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. Like I said, that's how I see it for me. Because at this point in time, right now, you said yourself, Mariah May ain't got nobody to fight.
Yeah.
Mariah May ain't got nobody.
Honestly, now Julia could be in contention. She just pinned a former women's champion.
Yeah. Now Julia can Sky Blue can come in.
Literally be elevated up there to that situation where she could finally go challenge for the big one. You know, she's already seen herself. She's elevated herself by holding the TBS title. This could be her chance to go on up to the big title now, which is fine. Which is fine by me. But again, now it's at the situation where again, what happens with Jamie at this point?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. We don't like. We have to figure out. He's at this point. It's looking like he's starting to build up something. Because, like, think about it. He literally had to create a gimmick for Tony Storm having amnesia to give theoretically the mid card guys something to do. Like they literally had to have that. That's literally the point. Like her having amnesia makes the mid card that much more interesting. Because up until then, the TBS title, bullshit.
I mean, that's the case. Okay, we look at the women's roster. They're so stacked. They have a lot. If that's because we don't know what's going to happen now with this year coming in. You know, Rampage is gone. We know Rampage is gone. We know they're going to bring in Shockwave. We don't know what's going to happen with Shockwave. Is going to be a rebrand of Rampage. We don't know as of yet. But one show we still have is Collision. I just thought about it. I mean, of course, a brand split. We've been Tim been saying it too because I know Tim is watching. But
I'm agreeing more and more with TK with that whole
brand split.
With that whole freaking a brand split should be a thing. You know, Dynamite should be your A show. Collision should be your B show.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's not like they don't have enough women who have talent. They do. The problem is not talent. The problem is not visibility. The problem, well, actually, it's visibility. I'm sorry. The problem is not like they can't do anything with them or they're that good on the mic. It's literally doing something with them and making them more visible. Like you got Serena D who's floating around. Yeah, congratulations to her. At one point, she's going to New Japan for that tournament thing. But the truth be told, if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't see her. Where the fuck is Willow? I mean, I know she's going to New Japan as well. But think about it this way. They literally fell off. And the man has probably now here's the thing though. I'm not gonna say he has the most stacked division because honestly, that record for women, I mean not women, but most stacked women's division. But that's because that's WWE. But goddamn, they're at least in second or third place for stacked women's division in North America.
No, you agree. So, I'm not saying you're wrong about that. But
but my point is like he needs to do something, or like Redeemer said. You're gonna keep having weird matches like Jamie Hayter and like Julia Hart, where you're going, that was a good match. Fuck are they gonna do now?
Yeah, and like Rusty's saying right here too, like I was gonna say that instead of like might as well if it's a brand split, make a Collision Women's title and have a Collision Women's title for them to have there and build them up there because the show's 2 hours, right? Or an hour.
It's 2 hours.
2 hours, right? So I mean, they could do something with if they can't give the women Dynamite enough time frame, they could give them at Collision, add at least 2 men matches and some of three women matches, and give them for fighting for that title. Or like I know they mentioned Tony Khan have a women's continental tournament then. Maybe something like that, maybe so. Something that gives those women the time that deserves to have those TV times. Like we saw a lot of improvements of a woman, Julia, Penelope Ford you mentioned. We see Mariah Carey, who's really improving. Cameron, whatever fucking last name. I don't know.
Harley Cameron.
Harley Cameron. There you go. There you go. Seeing her, we still haven't even seen who. Damn, we haven't seen a lot of women in. Of course, Britt, because we know her situation.
That's the problem with. Like I said, it's not because of talent; it's visibility. If it's going to be on Shockwave, fine. But the problem is that it's not enough to have 1 or 2 matches. Like it's not enough.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's
Not enough
Tony.
to,
That's
like,
another one issue with Tony is this
Yeah.
motherfucker won't go any more than freaking one woman's match on a show. Which
yeah,
is
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's
ridiculous.
not enough to have a match from 1 or 2. It's not enough to have like, honestly, he needs to have segments in back, storylines getting built, even if they're stupid storylines.
Mhm.
Like, I don't care if it's just like Mean Girl shit where they're just yelling at each other, like NXT's doing.
Mhm.
Something that shows that the women's division is actually like. Here's the thing, and I know I don't want to compare because it is 2 different companies.
Yeah.
I will honestly say this: the most hilarious thing I enjoyed about NXT's women's division was at one point, Cora Jade had started so much shit, the entire women's locker room came out to whoop her ass and ended up beating up on each other.
Yeah. I love that.
And her ass was scurrying the fuck out of the way while literally it was a brouhaha or hullabaloo of women beating on each other. Like, that is right there is a sign that your women's division actually has stake in the company, like stake in the future. Right now, if that happened at AEW, we'd like, this makes no sense whatsoever. Like, it would literally not make any sense because, like I said, we only see, and I'll say this respectfully, and I'm being nice, we only see 4 women at any given point in time getting any kind of push.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's your 2 champions, Britt Baker, whenever she's healthy and can show up, and right now it's Toni Storm.
Mm-hmm.
Thunder Rosa got a little bit of something last night at the last pay-per-view. But we finally see Julia Hart. We got Sky Blue. We got Serena Deeb. We got we literally Deonna Purrazzo. Where the fuck is she? Like, literally,
Well, she's gonna fight Toni Storm on Saturday for Collision. So
She's forming a faction. She's forming a faction with Taya Valkyrie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got those 2, and you're sitting there going, I have no idea what the fuck they're doing. But even then, you can go further back than that with them. They're like, it's literally one of those things where it's like Tony remembers he has 2 women in the back who needs to wrestle and go have at it. Like, they're at their, if they don't have a championship, he goes, sweet, we need 2 women to wrestle. What you 2 doing? Like, literally, like, when you want to talk about being thrown together, like, Harley Cameron is a great wrestler.
Rusty said she's a female version.
I'm not going to think I don't think she's that great, Rusty, but I do understand your point. I don't think she's that great, but I will say, I think we talked about this before. I did give her the Chelsea Green rub, in my opinion.
She's still.
I'm with you on that. Though. You did. I remember that. You did.
The thing is, it's like, it's not enough to go, hey, we got 1 or 2 matches. Like, they need to be visible and they need to look like they're actually part of the roster. Like I said, TNA did it back in the day, and like I said, New Japan, well, like other wrestling promotions do it. I don't mean to include New Japan. I don't know how. I can't remember how they got started. Their brand split is literally Stardom and New Japan.
Well, it's
but the truth of the
that's
matter,
what it is. It's not even. They don't even.
I mean, they're merged, but they're not. There's not a lot of crossover, honestly.
No, there's not.
In
There
the
isn't.
promotion.
There isn't.
Yeah, unless it's like a big pay-per-view event. But the truth of the matter is that unless he comes up with a plan, like an actual visible booking plan, to have them be it's gonna be like the Jamie Hayter, Julia Hart matches. It's gonna be great matches, but you're gonna go, and now what?
Yeah,
crazy.
I mean, it's gonna be crazy. And I heard you, KPG. He's like, Tony is just lazy, doesn't care. Does blind booking. That's why I stopped caring. No consistency, no sense of urgency. Starts and stops. Nothing is interesting. You're interesting, KPG.
I'm not gonna say
all we ask for.
I'm not gonna say he's lazy. I am gonna say that he needs to do the thing that Triple H does. Triple H doesn't book everything on there, but he does have enough bookers to go, you need to do this, and he listens to them.
The start and stop thing, though, is true, though, because look how many times
he
pushes, like, he'll freaking do. Like, look at what freaking Rampage used to be, basically. It would be like, oh, hey, this guy's about to challenge for the world championship on this random episode of Dynamite one week. But guess what we need to do? We got to give him a win on freaking Rampage to all of a sudden put him on Dynamite to lose. That's basically kind of what he does.
I mean,
he builds up these women.
I still think about
a certain point, and then goes, all right, now lose.
Queen Aminata.
Yep. She's getting
like it does not make any sense why that would. But anyway, in long and story short is this goes back to the visibility thing, and it goes back to what Second said. He needs to have a plan for these women. Like he has a plan for the men's. That's obvious, but he needs a plan for the women.
Right.
Like Second Chance Podcast said, it is. I don't think Tony's lazy, but I do think his booking is mad fucking lazy.
Yeah,
I think honestly,
Rusty said we're giving more time to women than TK is.
Take that, TK.
But yeah, but like I said, it's but you fight for falling. I'm not even going to talk about rated F.
I'm looking back at the card right now. I'm looking back at the show right now. Literally after Julia and freaking Jamie, the show kind of gets rough after a while. Like,
it's not a bad show, but it's not a good show to be worth mentioning.
Yeah, no.
I mean, truth be told,
it's like I'm looking back at this right now. The triple threat match. Freaking Swerve, Roddy, and Jay White. Now, first off, this is for a number one spot in a gauntlet match. Why does anybody want to win this matchup? Is my question.
Theoretically, the trick is that you get the number one contendership, but the thing is, if you're number one, I guess if you pin the person, you win early because coming late to pin without you being in the ring. So it does make sense.
No casino gauntlet match has ever ended in the first two people.
But again, you gotta sell the myth.
That's a good point.
First off,
the problem is you have to go into kayfabe and realize that's the myth of the casino gauntlet match. The thing that bothered the bigger
go out there and win a match to be the first person in a gauntlet match. Fuck you, Tony.
I was like, okay, yeah, that's the mark in you talking right now.
First off, the only good thing right now, looking back at that, I go, okay, for Jay White, I get it. The guy can fucking go, so I understand putting him first is one of those moments where it's like, for those out there that don't think Jay White can go, watch this man go from number one, and he'll show you right now. So that's fine in the end. I mean, the main thing this gave us was Ricochet being a fucking psychopath.
Oh, I can't wait till you guys get into that. I'll save myself.
But here's the thing about Jay White. At the very least, Jay White gets a mini tournament to wrestle in. That's what the gauntlet match is. Remember, that's a mini tournament. That is a mini tournament. As for Ricochet being a sociopath and coming out of nowhere,
my guy.
I love
exactly. I mean, at the very least, he is not boring anymore. You can't say that man is boring.
I literally just said this last night during the show.
Yes.
Like, first off, what happened at World's End when that man got covered in fucking toilet paper and that face he gave us, this right here was telling you right now that Ricochet was not going to let that shit fly. And that sounds funny to say shit fly when we're talking about toilet paper.
Do you know how mad the entire wrestling like IW was when that
they were all like, "Oh, Ricochet's buried. You fucking covered him in toilet paper." I'm like, watch this man go out there and just murder Swerve, and you will completely change your mind. That's exactly what this man did. Like I literally said this when I said this last night during the show. I said when Ricochet came into AEW, yes, it was a cool moment, but Ricochet came into this right now and basically entered a roster where Tony has more than, I would say, half a dozen to maybe a dozen wrestlers that do the exact same thing that Ricochet can do in a nutshell. So in other words, Ricochet is not going to stand out as the special one right now. You know, Ricochet is going to get trapped in that roster unless he finds a way to stick out. This is his way of sticking out right now. You know, everybody else is out there going, oh, they can do the lucha stuff. They can do the flips and everything else like that. Well, guess what? So can Ricochet, but you don't see any of them out there acting like a goddamn psycho and stabbing somebody with a pair of scissors. Like, come on.
What is Chef compared to movie 2? I forgot. I know he said it last night.
Oh, Maniac.
There you go. Maniac. Yes.
Yeah. It was
so I think they're doing a great job with him. I think they're doing a great job with him. Like honestly, it took, like I said, in a relatively short amount of time, they actually like completely turned Ricochet around, and which was kind of funny because remember a week before Triple H went out there and said Ricochet was terrified to get on the mic.
Do you blame him? I wouldn't blame him. The issue with Ricochet is the fact of he was a victim. This is just me saying this, and I don't know, maybe others will agree with this. I think Ricochet was a victim on WWE TV of bad placement, only because of the fact that it was basically he came up on the main roster under the old man's regime.
Yeah,
and the old man does not like that kind of stuff. So Ricochet basically was never going to get anything other than, he got an IC title run, he got a United States title run, that's fine. But it was never going to go anywhere with it because the old man does not like the flippy stuff. So, and then by the time
pal, what's up, flippy, pal?
Right?
Flip this.
I can't fly like you can, so I'm mad at you. Kind of situation. Like
he tried during the pandemic when he did the little fucking.
Oh yeah, with Gronk. That's hysterical. But it's like by the time he got under the Triple H regime, he was basically out the door. So in other words, it wasn't really Ricochet's fault that he really got treated bad in WWE. He didn't really do much in WWE on the main roster. It's just because of the bad regime that he was stuck under at the time. So,
agreed.
And then by the time he got out of that, it was at the situation where it was just like, you can't really, rebuild him at this point if he's already ready to go out the door. So,
I mean, honestly, the man did not have a bad run in WWE. He had a North American title. He had an IC and a US title and a tag team title with Braun Strowman. So it's not like they didn't give him anything. I just think, like you said, it goes back to what you said, start and stop stuff. It was like, we got this for him. Now what do we do? They couldn't do anything with him, partially because of him, partially because they had no imagination of what to fucking do with him. So, like, it wasn't.
I don't agree with that, bro. I think Ricochet's damn awesome, but I blame the old man for this one. I will blame him. I will not change that. Ricochet's awesome, and I love this new character right now of him being the guy, sticking to the character, going on interviews and going, AEW wouldn't be AEW without me. And I'm like, you know what? You keep telling yourself that because you make me freaking be like you're an asshole. You're winning, bro. Telling you, bring Samantha in. Bring her the fuck in. Bring her in this damn company. And flaunt her around that audience and let them be like, we want Samantha. And he's like, here you go. I'll give her to you for like 3 seconds, then fuck off.
I mean, with all due respect to this Second Chance podcast, that cruiserweight division he inherited. He did not build a cruiserweight division. He inherited that cruiserweight division. He went to when he bought WCW, that cruiserweight division came over with him. And literally inside of a year to 18 months, that cruiserweight division was gone. The only reason any remnants of a cruiserweight division happened was because of it. And remember, 201 Live was was it 201 or 205?
205.
205 Live was Triple H's idea, not Vince's.
Oh yeah, we know that. That was a given.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like, it's not like Vince was out there going, "Ooh, we need to bring more flippy guys in." Because I've seen it's literally one of those things where like he inherited a lot of it, didn't know what to do with them, kept them around for a little bit, but in the end they all petered out. Because think about it, Kidman was one of the major cruiserweight guys that came over. Didn't see him doing a lot of that shit. Like a lot of them dudes started in the cruiserweight division, ended up being kind of graduated out of it, and the cruiserweight division, even the belt for the cruiserweight division disappeared. Literally.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
So it's not like Vince was like, "Ooh, let me do this." But to your defense, I'm not saying that it's all Vince's fault, but there is a certain thing where he has it, and all bookers have this. They have a certain type of wrestler they like. And Ricochet did not fit that at all.
The old man, he likes his big muscly men.
I mean, that was like, remember, he didn't like Kevin Owens either for a while because he said Kevin Owens, because he didn't like the fact Kevin Owens wasn't muscular, but Kevin Owens was stocky.
Kevin Owens can do anything for you at that situation. So
yeah. So like I said, a
Ricochet
book
goes
like
to Swerve. Ricochet
yeah,
goes up. Ricochet's about, as far as I'm concerned, Ricochet should beat Swerve.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason why he shouldn't. You want to get this character over more to the fact, even if he cheats to fucking win, guess what? That's the point of his character now.
Yeah, I mean,
he needs to fucking beat people, and that is it. He needs to beat a former world champion. Guess what?
Yeah.
That gets him closer into contention for the world championship.
And honestly, if beating Swerve gets him in the Hurt Syndicate, okay,
right?
Because if he gets rid of the suck up attitude, going, you know what, I'm tired of being treated like shit mode, and eventually gets dark because he like hurting people, yeah, you can make him part of Hurt Syndicate.
I keep saying that maybe again. How many times did I say that Swerve should be the one to join? Should be one to join the Hurt Syndicate as well? Because at this point, if he keeps going down the losing track, that should be the point where it just be like, listen, Hurt Syndicate keeps winning. I need to I'm not the same Swerve that I used to be at this point. I feel a little bit softer now. Like at that point, if he has to join the Hurt Syndicate to get back to that Swerve, you do it.
See, that's the issue I have with him. They would bury Swerve in there. Not that I don't think they would bury him, but he would be buried within the Hurt Syndicate. Unless
you think so?
Yeah, because think about it. You got Bobby Lashley, you got Shelton Benjamin, you got Swerve. They're all great wrestlers, but at a certain point, Swerve is going to get buried between those two because let's face it, those two are basically legends, and Swerve is still still the rookie because Swerve is only 30 years old. Both of them, but here's the thing though: unless they pull a Lex Luger and the Four Horsemen thing, where he eventually turns on them, like that's the thing. Unless they pull a Lex Luger, where he eventually turns on them.
But Rusty, most of those singles matches were the Continental Classic stuff, which Shelton was never winning. So that kind of
he had
happen.
banger matches, though. I'll tell you that he had.
Right? So that had to happen.
And honestly, Shelton didn't need to win any of those matches. He was already over.
Right?
Yeah.
How many times have people basically just like we love Shelton Benjamin? Like at this point, the man, again, first off, he never fucking ages. I'm telling you, that man will be 70 and still look that like he does now.
You did say that.
Keep in mind also, the point of Continental Classic is to build up their small talent that needs to be built up. Shelton didn't need to be built up.
No. Shelton can go in there and fucking put on a banger, and everyone's just like, it's Shelton Benjamin. What else are we freaking missing here?
Exactly. So, like I said, he didn't need to actually be built up, but his presence there, anyone who came close to beating him or coming close to getting over, because Shelton put him over.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how fucking utterly pointless Mercedes Moné's fucking promo was?
Bro, I literally watched that and went, it's like, with her, it really is 2 steps forward, 26 steps back.
It was so bad. Like, it didn't even fucking do anything. Like, if Nina had showed up and maybe just had a stare down with her, then fine.
That was my issue. That was my issue. Like, honestly, that's one of those promos where you go, someone's going to show up to interrupt that shit.
Right.
And no one showed up. All it was her drinking champagne, bragging about the belt.
Yeah, it was just her go out
literally.
There,
you're like,
hey, I beat all these people. Mina, I'll see you on friggin' Wrestle Dynasty. That was it.
I was hoping Harley Cameron would come out doing some crazy shit.
It would have been so good.
No, go
but
ahead.
Yeah, but honestly,
you comment, Rusty. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, every time he does, he has to restart his feed. Oh,
I'm sorry, man. That's messed up.
Damn. Comments are fighting you tonight, huh? That's a pain in the ass.
But honestly, I'll tell you right now, usually that thing's supposed to set up your next match for that promo. I was just like, great. It's another hand job from Mercedes Moné. Yay.
Right? Like, the fact that she literally got a whole entrance and everything else. I'm like, okay. The only thing I kept saying was literally, who's next? So who's going to come out and what's her next feud going to be? And all it was her to just basically come out there, say, hey, look at all the people I've beaten. Mina, I'll see you soon. And that was it. And I was like, wow, you could have done that backstage.
And he didn't. She didn't even promote the show like the time when none of that either. I'm like, why didn't you say that?
Ivan, here's the thing. Remember we talked about visibility?
Yes, sir.
That's the point of visibility right there. Because honestly, at the very least, you could bring out one random talent for her to wrestle, or at the very least, her to beef with. It doesn't need to be a real thing. It could even happen after Wrestle Dynasty. Right?
Oh, you got a good point. You got a good point.
But that's my point. Like I said,
to me was the stuff that I could
that
stand
shit.
on the show.
I don't even talk about Jeff Jarrett, but like I said, there's no real pain. Look, I like his thing. No, I will never discount Jeff Jarrett for the work he did for the wrestling industry. But truth be told,
say this every single time: the man's a legend, and I will never freaking take that away from him. Okay?
Yeah.
Other than that, go the fuck away, Jeff Jarrett. Okay, you are not needed in this whatsoever.
I don't think so. Again, he's like Jericho. We don't need to see him in front of the camera, but put that man in the fucking back training them kids.
Something, anything that's not on screen.
I mean, he can't be a booker because I know that's not going to happen. But damn, put him in the back and give him
have him do that because he'll fucking be like, remember all my TNA matches? We should have another one of those freaking, every single one of this person's matches is going to involve 65 ref bumps, 95 interferences, and a random explosion, something kind of like that, He'll bring King of the Mountain over to fucking AEW.
Yes, because AEW never does random bullshit explosions in the match, do they?
Yeah, I'm
thank you.
The one thing that scares the shit out of me is that Tony is going to fucking be the guy to give him the world championship.
Yeah. Although Rusty's right. Where the fuck is Camille?
She's doing a movie.
I know she was doing a movie. I know she was doing that movie, but that movie's done.
Oh, you're right.
They had that whole angle of her getting attacked and nothing's come out of it. I'm telling you, I think she's gone. I think she left the company. Honestly,
I mean, Rusty's right. I mean, again, another shiny person who Tony forgot about.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if she's gone. I would not be surprised if she left. Like she asked Tony, "Let me out of here. I don't want to do it no more." Like, because honestly, it did her dirty during that whole thing with Mercedes. Honestly,
it was disappointing, and honestly, she made a choice that, as far as I'm concerned, will cost her a future contract with WWE because she chose AEW. Because at this point, it's not that she can't be touched; it's more along the lines of we're not picking up strings anymore. Yeah. Like they picked three high-level free agency, and basically she missed the free agency window, and because promised her a great deal, and all she got was a sidekick. She was a sidekick the entire time.
The only thing, again, like I said, that scares the shit out of me is Tony's going to be the guy to give Jeff Jarrett the world championship because all I think about,
don't say that. Don't say
I'm serious. The only thing I think about is fucking Sting at this point. Like the way Tony had that man go out still as champion, this man literally, I will say this, Tony does a great job with how much he, respects and treats legends in this company. Minus, like Bret Hart, because fucking he brought Bret in for like, a day and then just that was it. And Bret just like never showed up after that ever again.
I think Bret Hart kind of feeling like I ain't gonna like this shit. This is like fuck it. I'm done.
But I'll say it every single time. I think Bret Hart's just kind of become that grouchy old man. He's kind of the guy that just goes, "Get the fuck out of my wrestling ring," kind of freaking guy now.
Oh yeah, you're right. He has become that. I love Bret Hart, but he has become that.
Me too. But that's kind of what he's become now. But the way Tony freaking loves the legend so much, he scares the shit out of me that he's going to give him the AEW World Championship at some point. And I'm going to tell you right now, Jarrett will fucking hold that thing, and we will see the recreation of his TNA freaking runs and his WCW bullshit. Because I will fucking lose my collective shit on a fucking Dynamite watch along, and I will lose my collective shit on this show if Tony Khan puts any fucking sense of thought in putting that world championship on Jeff Jarrett. I don't care if the man's about to go out and you love to put your legends over and have them go out as champions. Guess what? If Jeff Jarrett wins a world championship and continuously goes on these runs, and I have to see, oh, there goes a ref bump. Here comes a brand new ref. Here goes another ref bump. And then just constantly same old TNA, WCW shit. Oh boy, you want to freaking worry about if your ratings are going to go down all the other times? Guess what? You give Jeff Jarrett the world championship. I don't care if everybody loves Jeff Jarrett, everything else. Jeff Jarrett's not going to do anything for your show.
How about instead of flipping out, we just wait to see what happens? I mean, we already got Jeff Jarrett on this historic 300-day run on championships. And I'm like, Jeff Jarrett just said he might not quit. How about we wait to see what happens?
Nope. I wish you'd just said it at that point.
I wish he would have quit already. I don't know why he didn't. I wish he would have.
Right.
Honestly, I didn't really care for the promo, but at the very least, it was like, it's like I said, it's probably like, I don't think it's close to a swan song, but I do think it's one of those. It's a swan song. It's like, this is like his last ride, basically.
But you know what promo I didn't care? I'll tell you what promo I cared. What is it? What the fuck?
Oh, fucking.
Oh my God.
Fucking no, fucking no. Listen,
you rated R stupid.
All right, listen. Fucking rated R jackass comment is probably the funniest thing that could have ever came out of your fucking mouth.
Oh my God.
But fuck off with your goddamn learning tree bullshit. Okay? Like, I am sorry. The fact as soon as freaking they interacted with Rated FTR, I was ready to just be like, oh my God, I need to get the hell out of here before I have to deal with Copeland and Jericho as a fucking matchup going forward. And then they made it official for a 6-man tag on Collision. The fuck is wrong with you, Tony? Copeland and Jericho.
I'm not even sure why you're mad about that.
Because I don't want to see Jericho no more. And why the fuck do I need to see something I saw in WWE happen?
I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, like I said, I think you're just pissed off at Jericho. I mean, I ain't trying to see it. But the thing is, it's two old guys beating up each other. I don't see what the problem is. It's better than that than him and Hook and him and everybody else is 15 years old wrestling.
But at the very least, that promo was hilarious, though. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. Like, at the very least, those two have good chemistry. Like, those two always got good chemistry.
The fucking Rated R jackass comment was better than having to hear Alex Marvez in his goddamn golf commentary voice.
Yeah, exactly.
The learning tree's about to come over here and win the 15th hole. Like, I don't shut up, Alex.
But like he said, honestly, but like they said, man, trust me, would you rather him fight a young talent? Like, would you rather he fight a young talent? Waste all of our fucking time.
Are we talking about Jericho or Copeland?
Either one. The biggest complaint is
Copeland. Fine. Like, if Copeland wants to go out there and wrestle the young guys and maybe put over some young guys, fine. But if Jericho wants to go out there and just be fucking Jericho, fuck off.
Exactly. But the thing is, that's not the case because he's got Cope to deal with. And Jesus,
God, I hate that they're calling him Cope.
Cope? Yeah. What the fuck? Why are they calling him Cope, man?
Bad.
That's his thing. I don't know.
He's doing favors in the back for Gerald.
Oh no, Henry! Why?
Cold-blooded. I'm not even touching that.
Let's not say that. Let's not say that again. Let's not.
The sponsor his match, AARP. Oh my God!
This is for his get ahead.
Oh, GETCHO.
Was good, Just.
Jared Tan make him look like a piece of fried chicken. Is there hope for Cope? I don't know. As long as he better stop giving Tony Khan that Cope, then we'll see.
Sure, as long as he does this fucking 6-man tag match with fucking the learning tree and gets the fuck out of there.
What's going on, Chef? Oh,
Chef, what is good?
What's up, brothers? Happy New Beer. Yep. Beer.
Look at that. 65 ref bumps, 86 dusty finishes, and a guitar shot in a pear tree. Fucking nailed it, Chef. That is a Jeff Jarrett.
Stupidly right there.
That is a Jeff Jarrett run if I've ever heard one. To a fucking T.
Oh my god, let's see. Attack. Oh yeah, I figured.
Oh, for the love of God.
She's on her way out, Mr. Pineda. She's leaving.
I have
She's
still
leaving.
so much. I'm so tired of that already. I still hate it. I don't get it, TNA. What is wrong with you?
I know. What else could we include in this, 5 and following we could say?
Really? I think that's kind of about it. Like, we kind of talked about the main event, talked about the Death Rider stuff. Overall, like we said, though, as a whole, it really wasn't a terrible show. Like, we really enjoyed this last night. Like, but other than that, it's a good way to kick off the year, but we still got to pick up some slack here and there. It's really about it.
No, I'm with you, brother. I'm still waiting for the ratings. I'm curious, but I know, like what I mentioned earlier, I think that's the thing that right now it's was not. Let's see, no, nothing yet. I've been looking. Shout out to WrestleNomics because he's done nothing yet, nothing as of yet, because it's hard to balance it because of the with the now them streaming on HBO Max and having still television time. I'm curious how this is going to balance it out. I'm still wondering how is it going to work, like when it comes to the ratings. Or what do you think? Do you think they're going to go based on subscription, or how do you feel they might do it?
I don't know. Like,
that's a good one, right?
That's going to be tough because it's like you can clearly do the Nielsen ratings for TBS, but like, how the hell are you going to figure this out with Max? Like, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, that's going to be because I think when we said it yesterday during the watch line, because the TBS still has the picture-in-picture, but not HBO Max. So hopefully, if let's say they inputted that, then we'll see. But I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm with you. It's a tough one. How the fuck they're going to work it out? I am curious how they're going to do it.
No, I can't wait to see how they're going to do it because, like, I hope it's not going to be some over-exaggerated bullshit from, like, the extent of freaking, Meltzer and Alvarez, where they're going to be like, all right, I did this big numbers and this big of numbers here. And I'm just like, are you just making that shit up, or are you just, trying to gas the company again?
Piece of shit Seltzer was actually today was like, there's no numbers yet. They can't figure it. It's just hard to balance it out. That's right, motherfucker. They got your ass. It's got your ass.
Be honest with you, I hope it sticks that way, to be honest with you, because if you listen, you can't just go off one. You can't just go off TBS and be like, that's the rating, especially if you're simulcasting it. At this point, I hope they don't even talk about them no more. I hope this is it. I hope simulcasting at the show against, like, on a streaming network and a television channel is the part where everyone just goes, why the fuck do we care about who's watching the show anymore? Like, at this point, we have multiple ways of watching it, and that's really all that freaking matters.
I'm with you on that. And Mr. Payne said, Ash by Elegance. What? She won a tag team belts?
Her and Heather by Elegance won the tag titles? Oh, God.
Okay. I just
no.
That. Did AEW sign Speedball? He's on the verge of going over there. He's going there. It's already been. He's not going to WWE. I'll tell you that.
Disappointing Speedball.
He's finishing his contractual obligations, which he's already done. He still is getting paid by appearance, so he's just finishing up with TNA, and then looks like the AEW is the next direction. It just sucks because I'm sorry, I don't know if they're gonna do anything with him. I hate to say it.
I doubt they're going to, and that's what sucks.
Let's see, did y'all watch the Max feed? A buddy of mine said it was dope.
OPC watched the Max feed basically,
and
I watched the TBS one.
No, I saw it, Rusty. I mean, it was great. There was no interruption. Everything was fine. No freeze. Everything was good.
Basically, Max's sounds like if you watched AEW, for those that used to watch AEW on Fight / Triller, whichever one you want to call it at that point.
Yeah.
Triller used to do the same thing where if you watched AEW on there, you would go, like if they would go to picture in picture, you'd hear them be like, we're going to picture in picture. We'll be right back.
Yep.
But they wouldn't leave for picture in picture. So you'd still hear the commentary. You'd still see the match kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
So which is good, honestly. Like it almost sounds more intriguing to watch it on Max than it does on TV.
Yeah. I'm looking forward. If they do that, like really have that picture in picture, like how you mentioned about, like if they were to do that, I think it'll be more with it. The good thing is people that has, by the way, folks, if you have Disney Plus, you know, where the combo, the bundle pack, I would suggest to switch that to that because I had ESPN Plus and I switched it to the HBO. I did it last year before it even happened. Switched it to HBO Max bundle pack. So now I have Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. So I have that. I got rid of ESPN Plus because I'm not. I don't. So it worked out. It's not bad at all. $16.99, folks. So it works out. But we got to see how they do. We'll see how they do the pay-per-views. We'll see. I'm actually curious how they're gonna do it. Oh, all right. So now we can move on. Let's move to the WWE. Which let's talk about before we get into the preview of this. What's happening here? Let's talk about what happened on Raw very quick. And before we get into the show, a very good show for Raw. What a great ending for 2024 Monday Night Raw. But I'm gonna let Redeemer break it down for us in this one, man. Break it down for us. What happened this past Monday Night Raw on the day before New Year's Eve? Before we get into this preview of the Netflix debut.
I'm gonna start with the good stuff more than jump into kind of the bad stuff a little bit. I'll kick it off with this first. Gable and Otis. Now, do I think it was a little late to go back to this? Yes. You know, as far as I believe at this point, American Made is going to SmackDown at this point. I don't see why they wouldn't be. So it does feel a little late that they did this, but you know, if this is your way to do it by having Gable go out with a win, then I'm not against it really as much as everybody else would say. You know, like that overall, I thought the match was great. I really enjoyed it. Like I said, I'm happy that Gable is going over to try to basically revamp American Made over on SmackDown. Hopefully that's going to be a plus for them.
Yep.
The Judgment Day stuff, you know, I still don't know how I feel about this stuff anymore. Like Finn, like what Finn's doing is fine. You know, is it going to be Finn leaving the group? Like what's going to be the case at this point? I think that's more going to be the obvious one here. Like, Finn is basically going to get sick and tired of this. And then, you know, everybody else is going to be like, well, this guy apparently doesn't want to be here no more. And they're going to take him out, which is fine. You know, at this point, I'm kind of just ready for Judgment Day to go their separate ways, split the faction up, let them do their own thing at this point. Because it's really kind of run its course. Liv and Rhea, another one that I can't wait till after Netflix. Hopefully that's going to be where Rhea wins the championship back. Liv can freaking move on to do whatever she's going to do. Meanwhile, Rhea gets the championship back, which I'm fine with. I don't really even need to talk about Dunn and R-Truth because that was just a quick attack and that was it. You know, again, Liv and Rhea, I can't, like I said, after Netflix, it's going to be good to just move on from that. Dakota and Zoe, honestly, I thought it was a very good match between those two women. I was very pleased with that.
Yes.
Again, like I feel like this tournament has basically been set up for Dakota in a lot of ways here. You know, she's again one of those women out of two. Think about it. Her and Lyra Valkyria were the ones that got these promos talking about they're going to be champions, that they're going to end up being the ones to have a better year and finally hold some gold. And right now, because I'll even jump quick to the EO and Lyra Valkyria match.
Ooh.
That was easily the match of the entire night for Monday Night Raw. Those two women have such amazing chemistry together. And honestly, I didn't expect EO to freaking lose to Lyra.
Me neither.
Like, I almost thought just off the bat, because they added EO, they were gonna go with the bigger name to basically set in stone this women's intercontinental championship.
Okay.
But they end up going the opposite way and giving it to Lyra, and now we have literally the two women who cut the promos to talk about that they were going to be champions in 2025 in the finals. First off, happy that they're doing this whole thing like they did with the United States Championship, where it's two names that aren't anywhere near the main women's championship right now. Use a lot of development, and they get a chance, they can actually fight for some gold now. I'm happy with this outcome. Dakota and Lyra, right now it is down to the two people that a lot of people have really locked in as the winners here. Like, I'm not going to be disappointed with either one of them winning. I'm happy for both women if who wins this matchup at this point.
That's gonna be a tough one, to be honest.
It is. The 6-man tag. I enjoyed the 6-man tag. Priest and War Raiders versus Judgment Day. I'm interested to actually get to hear more of the Judgment Day's new theme music. I liked it from what I've heard. So I can't wait to actually hear it as a full. But, it was a fun tag team match. The Priest and Finn stuff, I don't know. I'm not locked in. I'm not still excited that they went back to that again. They basically pulled the SummerSlam repeat on the Priest Gunther match again. Saturday Night Main Event, so
pretty much
I'm not really that excited to watch them run it back, really. The Ray stuff. Now this I'm excited for. Ray confronting the New Day and saying he's got a mystery partner. Do I need to say any more? Especially when you clearly follow this up with the super fucking obvious Pentagon fucking vignette.
Oh my God!
What else needs to be said? Who's not excited at this point? It's Pentagon coming to WWE. I know everybody else is going to be like, oh no, why are you associating him with LWO? Honestly, what's the big freaking deal? Pentagon, listen, is going to come into WWE. There's going to be people that know who he is. There's going to be some people that don't. You want your way to absolutely legitimize him for a lot of people to see him. You stick him with the fucking Hall of Famer in Rey Mysterio.
Reach it, baby. Oh my God.
I'm happy with it. I'm just happy to see him come in. I cannot wait to see this on Monday when that man's freaking appearance happens. It's going to be exciting. It's wild.
It's going to be wild. And I hope he... please bust this shit.
¡Eh, cabrón! ¡Chinga tu madre!
I want him to say that in Spanish. I
love it. Punk and Rollins stuff was phenomenal. Like, if you are not... Listen, I've said it before. This match should have been saved for WrestleMania. But I get it. You want to put it on Netflix because right now the first show on Netflix is going to be this massive big deal. Fine. You know what? In the long run, if this leads to more than one matchup down the road, I'm fine with it now at this point. Because this segment right here is got me sold still. I've been sold on this freaking Rollins and Punk feud since Punk came back. The way Rollins just flips out and starts flipping the bird and cursing up like a fucking storm, going, hey, I don't want you here. Fuck out of my company kind of shit. Like, their interactions there were amazing. Punk talking about, I ain't seen the man in a long time. Stone Cold talking about, he walked out and that he hated making that decision. It's, the Bronson talking about Bronson Reed basically, squashing Seth Rollins to the point where, Seth talking about AEW subtly, not fully talking about AEW, like flat out, like saying it subtly, not these open direct shots. He's just out there, being like, what I'm talking about, guys. I don't need to tell you to like fully make sense as to what the hell I'm saying here. It so good. I loved it all in that as an entirety. That last segment, like I said, if this does not have you pumped to see what the hell is going to come out of that matchup, then oh boy,
my God.
that
was a promo of the night, by the way. That was a promo of the night.
That was incredible. I am so excited.
They went literally they went hardcore on their shit. For him to talk about my wife's at home with a kid, something that you don't know about, you went that far. That him and H have a kid, oh shit, I love it. Oh, yeah, let's go, Hercules.
I love it. Becky's out, Becky's off, taking care of the kid, something you know nothing about. I'm like, damn, Seth, you need to fucking chill.
Melissa, dude.
Wonderful. I love it.
Thank you, Queen King. I'll even say this, the Jay and Drew stuff. I love this stuff right now because I'm telling you right now, Drew McIntyre is going to play a part in the Roman Reigns Solo Sikoa stuff. I am calling this right now on this show.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What? Okay.
Right now. This
curious.
matchup right here. If this match opens the show, this match should open the show.
Did they say it was going to be main event, though, by the way? Did they say that? Was it supposed to be like the main event, supposedly?
I don't know. Right now, I've heard multiple conflicting things that says Tribal Combat's going to be the main event, but I've also heard saying that Punk and Rollins is going to be the main event. So I have no idea which is the which one. But at this point, I say this. Jay and Drew on Monday should start the show. Drew should go over Jay. Because literally, after Saturday night's main event, when this man went out there and said 1 down, 4 to go, at this point, you can tell who the 4 are. He took out Sami Zayn at Saturday night's main event. Jey Uso is next on Monday Night Raw on Netflix. Jimmy's eventually going to be after that. But at that point, you start going for the 2 big fish. CM Punk and Roman Reigns. At that point, I'm truly believing this. If this stuff kicks off the show, this now gives Drew McIntyre the opportunity to go backstage, sit there and contemplate everything, and then get ready for it. If Tribal Combat, even if that does not end the show at that point, Drew McIntyre must cost Roman Reigns the Ula Fala.
That makes sense.
Say it.
It makes sense.
It makes all the sense. If you say 1 down, 4 to go, and Roman is not one of those 4, to the part where now, listen, Drew has had multiple opportunities at the WWE Championship and screwed over by the Bloodline. He has now basically got the opportunity to take the biggest meaningful thing from Roman Reigns finally by helping the guy that he's kind of got an alliance with right now, secretly, in Solo Sikoa. It just screams everything right there.
You're right about that. I forgot about
Drew
that.
needs to show up and fuck Roman Reigns up right there.
Yeah, you're right
Take
about that.
away everything. Again, we've looked at this right now. Look at where Roman's at right now. Roman is at a part where we still see him. He has not changed. He is still the same Roman Reigns. The only difference is the crowd cheers him now compared to booing him. But
Double J, happy birthday, world elite world.
Happy birthday to the real Double J right there.
You're the real Double J, Jordan.
At this point, Roman has not changed. Somebody needs to freaking give him a taste of his own medicine. And at that point, you take the Ula Fala away from him, where he where he basically loses his tribal chief status to Solo Sikoa. that could be the big turn for him. And I'll tell you this right now. I've heard this said by a couple people, and I'm really starting to believe it right now.
Okay.
Remember what Drew McIntyre said during that one promo? While he was out the entire time, one person got in contact with him. Who in the world would you think that one person is at this point? The Rock. I'm telling you right now, if Drew McIntyre is secretly doing the biddings for The Rock, we're setting up a lot of good shit here.
I like that. I fucking love that.
I am excited to see what is going to come out of Monday night.
Oh, man. Is it?
How do you feel about the ring announcer switching brands? That's fine.
No, it's fine that I forgot her name.
The one on SmackDown right now?
Yeah, she's going to Raw.
Aisha Taylor.
Yeah. She's going to Raw.
Awesome.
And then Lillian Garcia.
Lillian's going to SmackDown?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
So they're switching that. And I know that just Tori and Wade Barrett, they're going to SmackDown. They're switching them.
Barry Monkey says he thought I was going to say Vince McMahon for a second.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. And yeah, we got that happening because Pat McAfee, Michael Cole are back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, Tessator is moving to SmackDown.
Yeah, so that means Corey Graves is going to stay on SmackDown.
Yep.
So that means
it'll be Corey and Joe.
And
Pat and Michael Cole on Monday Night Raw.
What about Wade Barrett? So Wade Barrett is going to be on SmackDown, right?
Yeah. So SmackDown might be a 3-man team.
Okay. I actually wouldn't mind that, seeing Wade Barrett and Corey Graves.
I like that idea, honestly.
I like that idea too. Yeah.
Barrett's kind of a tweener-ish kind of commentator. Corey's mostly a heel commentator. Tessator's the main play-by-play, babyface kind of commentator. Mm-hmm. So I like it, honestly. I know Raw doesn't need a 3-man booth, but you got Michael Cole, who's easily, a lot of people are saying one of the best, commentators right now, and you're putting him back with Pat. What else can you say?
Oh yeah,
fantastic!
Pat is awesome, and that combo with him and just Michael Cole, it's a good combo. Mm-hmm. It like, I know people that are watching and listening, like, it doesn't remind me a little bit of Jerry and JR, like that's your future right there. Like that's straight out, JR and Jerry the King Lawler. And we gotta give shout out to JR because if it wasn't for him to help out Michael Cole and get him to, doing
right
where he's at, Michael Cole is now like, he's a GOAT. People whether people like it or not, Michael Cole's a GOAT. And a lot of people, the talents, respect him. And he, like, for Phil Brooks, CM Punk, really putting him over. Like, Michael Cole really called.
I have changed my opinion on Michael Cole.
Oh, yeah.
I was not big on him originally. The only time I ever really was a big fan of Michael Cole was on SmackDown with him and Taz. Like, to me, Taz and him was easily one of the best.
Really, Rusty?
Commentators.
So
Barrett went on social media and said goodbye. So Barrett's not doing commentary anymore. So it's just literally going to be Tessator and Graves.
Unless he's going to NXT.
I wouldn't be against that either.
Him, Vic Joseph, and Booker T. Oh, I'd like to see that.
Let me tell you something, Vicky Joe. We got Wade Barrett over here.
I hope no so.
Bad news here.
That'd be awesome. Why not? Shit. That'd be so great. Yeah, no, Mr. P. I like Michael Cole too. Like, Redeemer and I saying that we would give him his credentials. In the beginning, he was just like not there, like from the beginning, way back, but we got to give it to Jim Cornette and JR. They helped him really to develop his, commentating skills and really did a great job. And look at how he's selling it. The way how he sold Mania like last year was great. Like, it was awesome to see that. Like, man, Michael Cole, I'm proud of him. He took over the JR spot for sure.
New Raw show Wade will be host of? Ooh.
Oh, that's okay.
That's fine too.
That's fun. Okay. That's cool.
I'll say this right now. These are like maybe the top 4 greatest commentary pairings WWE's ever had. Gorilla and Brain, hands down. Nothing's touching Heenan and friggin' Monsoon as a commentary pairing.
Oh my god, that's
whatsoever. JR and King, hands down, like that's easily going to go down as one of the greatest commentary pairings you'll ever see.
Yep.
Cole and Taz, easily. SmackDown is never going to be, was always going to be freaking fantastic as a whole. But, you know, with Cole and Taz's commentary, it's just, you know, SmackDown was phenomenal with those two as a commentary. Pairing. And even now, Cole and McAfee as a pairing is easily one of the most entertaining, but most like a fantastic pairing they ever did.
Somewhat, but Henry, I like more when it was. If you want to go back to the golden era, even when it was McNugget and Jerry Lawler at the time, and JR, them trios was not bad either. Like, or even to say McNugget and or just Jim Cornette was bad. Jim Cornette was another one that was underrated on his commentating. Like another
y'all really gonna ignore Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan?
No, we already said earlier.
Yeah, Monsoon and Heenan is easily one of the most incredible and untouchable pairs together.
I mean, you know what, Bear Monkey. I wish if he does go back to NXT, I think it'll be a perfect fit as a trio, him and Vic Joseph and Booker T, because they would help a lot. I just CW, you bullshit. You got to give him 5 extra minutes on television. Stop with that. Oh, right away we got to cut it. No, fuck all that shit.
I'll be honest with you. Their best commentator on Black and White on NXT was Mauro Ranallo.
And Nigel McGuinness.
And truth be told, I feel like they brought Booker T in to get that same kind of Ranallo energy. And I like Booker T. I think he's doing a decent job. It's not the same.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah. And like how Russ is saying, thank you, for USA Network for really, but now they have SmackDown for 3 hours, Rusty, happening tomorrow, which is going to happen. Right. I'm excited for it. You're going to be seeing here on the Debate Network, Kayla and the Redeemer and Dango. They will be go ahead and hosting it down. 3-hour show for the first time on SmackDown, which we're excited to see. What are they going to do on that last hour? How are they going to use it? And that's going to be the biggest question here. So that's going to be something.
And now I'm just going to point out the obvious, thing on Monday Night Raw that it's not doing it for me still. It's the New Day stuff. It's not working. It's shit.
I honestly have no idea what you want from them. I honestly have no idea.
I don't care anymore.
No. Your first complaint was they didn't do anything. They just came out and then left. They come out and do this bit where his mom turns his back on him and the room turns his back on him, and then they go back and they start to develop a beef with people naturally because they're getting tired of running into folks. And you got what you wanted, and I really don't know what you want. If your argument is you don't understand why they're beefing, you have to acknowledge the fact that no gimmick is good, ever. The only reason a gimmick is good is if you believe in the people doing it, and that not that you believe the people doing it, you believe the people believe they're doing it, for me anyway. So for them, they are selling the fact that they genuinely believe they have a legitimate beef, and them pretending like they're not the bad guys is literally the hilarious thing to me. So does it make sense? No. They got no reason to be mad at Big E, but in their little pocket universe that is the New Day, they are all in on fuck Big E. And I'm like, well, they really do. They're doing a good job with the motivation, but I'm not looking for a storyline because let's face it, there is no such thing as a good storyline. I said it, folks. There is no such thing as a good storyline. The only reason a storyline works is if the actual person in it wholeheartedly 100% believes in it and you believe in that person believing in it. That is why a lot of gimmicks fail, because you're going, that makes, like, to this day, I still think like The gobbledygooker is the dumbest gimmick in the world in pro wrestling. It's still the funniest. R-Truth with the 24/7 belt should not have worked, but it's R-Truth is one of the greatest performers in wrestling history. And the only reason it works is because he genuinely believed in it. I mean, I don't know what you want them to do because your first complaint was honestly, they didn't do it.
I don't even know what I want from it anymore either. Because honestly, seriously, I don't know what I want from it because I don't fucking care because I don't back this. I have seen nothing that genuinely makes me chuckle. I have seen nothing that genuinely makes me go, "Yep, this is something I want to see." Like, I don't care that you guys are fucking stupidly blind to the fact that, you know, all of a sudden you guys just don't like Big E. Like, it's just, it's nothing. Like, clearly, like the whole thing with his mom, like with Kofi's mom walking away from him. What the fuck else did they expect was going to happen? Like, what else did they think was going to happen?
I mean, you are literally going. That's literally what you expected.
Your mom to Big E probably fucking 35 times. Like, why the fuck should I care that all of a sudden she's just like, fuck my son? Like, I don't give a damn.
Can we, you know, from the last episode we did 2 weeks ago, you know, that was the highlight of the fucking week for us. It was just
I love it that it was.
It was the highlight of that.
Yeah, I just don't care.
That's the thing about it, though. Is like, honestly, I mean, I'm not sure what you want. I mean, that's the thing. This isn't you, but there's a lack of patience in storylines. Even though it's not great, we don't let them organically grow. Like I said, it took them a while for New Day to work into New Day that we all love.
Oh no, you're right about that. That's true.
But no one wants to let this like percolate for a little bit. And keep in mind, New Day took months to get to the point that we love them. It was not 3 or 6 days. It took months before they became faction. I'm not talking, and I mean, we hated them. Don't get me wrong, we hated them. People were just like, why are these people out in these streets? And literally at one point, everybody was like, boo this man. And literally, and think about it. At one point, do you forget the choir that came out with the New Day at one time? A whole ass choir.
The only choir I remember is Pop Bass trying to dance with them. He can't even dance at all.
No.
Dancing this way. Like,
remember the promos they did. Think about the promos they did. No, think about Xavier promos they did. They came out and literally people were like, is he trying to form a new nation? They literally thought he was trying to form a new nation. Like I said, this was like, because of who they are and how long it takes for them to work, it took whole months. So, and if you think about it, it's literally only been 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't even need a week of it. After that freaking segment, after that fucking anniversary segment, where they went through that whole spiel of, I'm telling you, I will never let it go. I will never let it go of the whole thing of Woods just being sick and tired of this shit, fucking to the point where these two just take shots at each other to the point like, you fucking suck. Your reign was terrible. Your WWE title reign sucks because you couldn't take it seriously. You'll never win a WWE championship because you're not that good. Like, you two do this friggin' incredible segment to the part where I'm like waiting and anticipating for friggin' Woods to just be like, you know what? You want to say that I'm not good enough? Fuck you then, Kofi. Like, I'm out of here. Then you can go back to fucking with your Jamaican accent and SOS and everything else, whatever the hell you want to do. That's what I was preparing for. But all I get is fucking, hey, fuck you, E, because you accidentally got injured, and you know, bros before hoes, and I'm like, what? I don't fucking care now at this point.
Honestly, I got nothing for you. I'm literally sitting. I know. I think I'm looking at you going. You literally just described the breakup of Jericho and Kevin Owens. Literally just described every every celebratory thing that ends up in a breakup is literally how every single session in wrestling happens. It's like the only thing more toxic than that celebration of friendship or an anniversary is a wedding in wrestling.
Want to know what's bad? I had more investment. There
has literally only been one wedding in all of wrestling that went out as planned, and that was at NXT. When they got married, and everybody was like, "Oh shit, it's fine."
Hey,
and they literally looked around because everybody thought something was going to happen. Even when Teddy Long was going to get married, the Kane fucked that shit up.
Well, yeah, but at least it wasn't a Don Marie, Tori Wilson's dad wedding moment. Let's say that it wasn't
exactly.
That.
They had their honeymoon, and he fucking had a heart attack and died.
Yes, that wasn't
First of all, you know for a fact that man died twice in pro wrestling. First of all, think about it exactly. Macho and Liz, but literally that was like, but I don't even think that one really counts.
No, you know what? Yeah, you're right.
That did actually go. That did actually go through as a whole.
Yeah, it did.
It was just the after party that turned into chaos. You know
exactly.
Jake Roberts showing up and congratulations, here's your wedding anniversary. Have a snake. Kind of situation.
But at least it wasn't like, will you marry me?
Will you marry me?
Rest in peace, Macho.
But exactly. But like I said, honestly, like I said, these are the tropes that we grew up with that still work today. Do we need to talk about the weddings in TNA?
Oh no! Don't even go there. I know exactly where you're going. Do not go there.
They shot someone at the altar.
I know. Like I can't believe
TNA knows how to fucking make shit look like a death, though.
I'm surprised that shit was
they had
televised.
They had fucking Jackson Riker fucking James Storm push Mickey James on train tracks. Come on.
You mean like some 1930s villain?
That was some 1930s villain shit right there.
I mean, the only thing more ridiculous in regards to killing someone in wrestling was when Big Show choke slammed Kurt Angle off the parapet, and you just see Kurt Angle splayed out.
His leg bent.
And then his ass comes back with in a wheelchair with a neck brace.
Man basically looked dead, and he's just like, I'm still good, guys. I still can't do this anymore, but I'm good. It's just not working for me.
That's fine. But honestly, I'm just gonna say I am shocked because your patience for a lot of bullshit has pretty much been longer than that.
Listen, like I said,
there's nothing. All I'm saying is you give a bunch of other wrestlers a lot of passes before you finally give up on them. But the New Day, you like, this shit need to work right now.
Well, I mean, okay,
No, listen, one more time, quick. Like I said, it's basically from the beginning. I'm not on board. That's where it's at. Like, I was not on board from the beginning because of just, to me, and again, it may only be me. And I don't listen. If you agree with whether you do or you don't, okay, from the beginning. It's just I'm not sold on the beginning. Okay, like
I'm the same way. I'm with you on that.
The way they were telling us the story that it was basically Woods sick and tired of this shit. This is it. Again, one incredible segment backstage of fuck you. This is why we don't let you call the plays, and your WWE championship was like terrible, and you lost it to Brock Lesnar in 6 seconds, and you didn't even give a damn to even attempt to go back for it. Everything about that entire interaction between the two of them screams Woods is going to basically be like, even if E shows up, E's going to come out there and be like, guys, listen, it's enough. Either we're going to get back together and that's it, or Woods is still going to be like, you know what? I don't even care. After what Kofi said to me last week, I'm not freaking sticking with this. I don't care. You can come back and you can be his manager. At that point, I'm out. I don't give a damn anymore. You don't think I'm good enough to freaking be a part of this faction. You don't think I'm good enough to do what I want to do by myself at this point. Guess what? I'm going to go out there and prove it. Well, you guys, you can do whatever you want to do at this point. Like, okay. That's what it felt like at that point. And all it came down to was,
I am with that. What Henry's saying.
Point the finger at me, and it just, to me, right there, the minute that they turned over and just said, "E, fuck you," at this point, you're not even attempting to come back. And I just look at that and go, you know what? You can take your whole New Day angle and whatever the hell else you want to do with it, and I'm just gonna sit on the sidelines while you guys try to get this freaking gimmick over. Because honestly, it's not working to me.
Okay.
It's
okay.
I mean, I can't add anything. What Redeemer said, he nailed everything what I wanted to say. I mean, but I'm with him. It's just, I'm not still invested. But I like what Henry's saying. His mama should have slapped the shit out of him. Yes,
I'm surprised she didn't, to be honest with you.
I was looking forward to that, but it is what it is. But I mean, anything else we can add from before we get into the next week's preview show? But anything else we can add on last Monday Night Raw?
Raw as a whole was a really damn good show as a lead-in.
Phil, do you have anything else to add? Pepsiville turning along for last Monday Night Raw?
Just the Seth and Punk thing was amazing.
Was that the promo of the night for you? Because it was, honestly.
Yeah, it was. I mean, honestly, that was probably the most personal. And honestly, nobody was clear because everybody was catching strays in that fucking show. Oh. everybody who's ever wrestled near CM Punk was catching strays.
AEW caught a stray, freaking Becky Lynch caught a stray, and AJ caught a stray.
And I mean, at one point, Colt Cabana caught a stray. At some point, I mean, literally everybody was catching strays. That's how ugly he got at one point.
It was promo of the night. It was.
I was glad that they didn't break down into a fight because they just them just staring at each other made it that much more real for me.
I have a feeling they probably buried a hatchet and they're probably, you know what, let's just go with this.
No,
I hope so. I don't know.
I believe there's some actual deep-seated hatred between them.
Oh yeah, I think the thing is, I think they're both professionals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and they're wrestling professionals, so they know how to work. They know how to do business. Because let's face it, the number of wrestlers who have hated each other but still made good money together because they can wrestle, it can't be counted. So yeah, I don't think they buried. I mean, I don't think they're like looking at each other, going to the room, mean mugging each other as they enter the same room. But I do think they're like them. I know for a fact Seth ain't put CM Punk on his Christmas list.
No, I don't.
You know, those two are looking at each other and going, "We're about to make some good money out of this."
Exactly. And I can tell you right now, people complain about the fact that it took so long. No, it like as Bubba said, but I'll give Bubba Ray credit, Bully Ray for this credit. You didn't think they could still have that same fire, even though it kept that beef had so many starts and stops because of injury and whatever. It's still there. It's still there 100%.
He's absolutely right. Yeah, I heard his comment about that, and it's true. It is true. Like it's still there.
The only other thing I would say about, and I wanted to say this, and I didn't. And there's nothing else about Raw I want to talk about except for the Chad Gable and Otis fight. I really like that because they're doing something for Otis that I don't think a lot of people know. They're pushing Otis to the top and making him head of the Alpha Academy.
Yes, he deserves
because he left. Yeah, he does. But the thing is, up until that point, he was not its leader. He was just the guy who hung out with them.
Well, yeah, true. Remember his gimmick, though. But go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
That's because of his gimmick. That's why he was never a leader.
Yeah,
like he was never taken seriously. But because of that, instead of having the Alpha Academy break up, which is normally what they would do at this point, they let Otis become a major player, and that fight was, and let him become the leader of Alpha Academy. So do not be surprised if American Made stays on Raw and the Alpha Academy ends up going to SmackDown.
Well, no, that's what Redeemer said when you were like on. He said, yeah.
I was talking about American Made going to SmackDown, but Alpha Academy, that would really settle SmackDown back as the this is where we can make new stars kind of situation.
Yeah, exactly. Because SmackDown's job, as they've said, is not to be a brand like Raw, but basically like one level above. One level above
30 years podcast. My apologies, but yes,
like one level above
baby.
NXT, where they basically can go up higher. So yeah, because all three of them are basically still rookies in a sense, or at least young, not rookies, but young. They can be built up more easily on SmackDown than it would be on Raw, which is way too top heavy at this point.
Henry, tell that to everybody else in the IWC. They will disagree with that in a heartbeat.
That's true.
Well, here's my question: why does AJ Lee need to come back and wrestle?
I don't think so. I don't think
because everybody fucking assumes that she should because Punk came back. We need AJ back. Like,
I wouldn't mind seeing a Rumble appearance at least that.
I don't honestly. Here's the thing: AJ Lee did everything she could possibly do in her time. Truth be told, if it wasn't for her living through that bullshit diva era, she honestly would pretty much be a much better, more well-renowned wrestler, in my opinion. The diva era fucked up everybody. Everybody who was in the diva era got fucked up because it was bullshit.
Agreed.
Yeah, at this point, I'm happy for her. She does not want to come back to wrestling. Then stop trying to fucking force.
I mean, she is still doing training and she is helping kids get better. And truth be told, I don't think she needs to come back to wrestling. I mean, would I like to see AJ Lee in the back during a segment just hanging out with her husband? Or maybe hanging out at NXT with Cora Jade or Roxanne Perez every so often, just like, kind of like what X-Pac did back in the day. Yeah, that'd be great.
She's the reason why heels got canceled. No
I'm
way.
sorry, I thought that was Stephen Amell's bullshit acting.
It was Stephen Amell, wasn't her.
I know it was. That man's bullshit.
It wasn't her. I guarantee it wasn't her.
Fuck him and his Green Arrow. Peacemaker was fucking right. Fuck him.
Fuck him and his Green Arrow.
You know what? Now that I have HBO Max, I'm actually going to sit down and watch, Peacemaker fully to get an understanding of it. I never had the opportunity to see it. But Henry's like, wow. But you know what? He's like,
I do have one. The only thing I want to say about the Netflix preview, I swear to God, if there's ever a time for The Rock to come back, this will be the time for him to come back.
You got to hear Redeemer because I don't know if you heard him earlier, but he's going to say it. But let's just fuck it. Well, let's get into the preview. These are the matches by far we have. So we have J.O. versus Drew McIntyre. We have, Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan for the World Women's Heavyweight Championship. We have the New Day versus Mysterio and the mystery partner, which, Redeemer said it earlier. He's right there, right next to me on this side. Pero miedo, hijo de su puta madre.
Can I just say I love the fact that everybody's pissed because they think Penta's going to be in the LWO, but they're negating the fact that Penta came back to wrestle with his goddamn hero, and no one wants to talk about that.
Nope, because it's the LWO, apparently.
Think about it.
What is the problem with that entire situation?
Penta's biggest influence really was Rey Mysterio, and they said, "You want to come back and wrestle? Yeah, you want to wrestle with Rey Mysterio? Fuck yeah, he does."
Dude, if you gotta hear his conversation he had with Vampiro on Vampiro's podcast, even though it's Spanish, but of course CC subtitle. Yeah, but he breaks down I love this man. This man, he does a lot for his community, man.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Everyone's pissed about it because they think he's going to be a member. He's not going to be a member of LWO, but we know for a fact he's going to be Rey's mystery partner. And I think it's because Penta loves Rey Mysterio.
Yeah, even if he is in LWO, what's the problem with that?
I don't know.
He's going to come in. Think about it. He's going to come in. There's going to be some people that know who he is. There's going to be some people that don't know who he is whatsoever. So again, you're sticking him with the legend of Rey Mysterio at that point.
Yeah.
What is the issue with that?
And not only that, he trained his son.
Ray can get him more, Ray can get him more recognition. Ray can get him, more over at that situation. Like, even if he's associated with LWO, but he doesn't always have to be in a tag team match with them.
He will not, and he will not have the Motor City Machine Gun mistake.
Right. You don't fucking blow your load on that entire thing and be like, backstage segment to tell you that the guns are here. Like, why'd you could not keep that a surprise? Like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm. We got that.
So, yeah, I don't think it's a problem, but I am glad that he's coming in. So and how he's coming in as well. So
I said I'm happy that he's getting this time right now, and he's, thank God, not being held hostage. You're bullshit, Tony Khan, for holding his brother fucking hostage.
Oh God, that's another.
My feeling on that bullshit move on the contract.
Oh yeah, we know, and then we also have, besides that matchup, versus New Day, appearances from, of course, the retirement tour begins with, here on Netflix on Raw, the debut. John Cena will be showing up by appearances, of course, by Logan Paul, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Undertaker, and we're rumoring your window, folks. Just to clarify, we're only opinionaires. We're not telling you. Yes, he will show up.
The Goat showing up on Raw. This is already the greatest Raw.
He will be showing up on Raw. That's already confirmed. Mm-hmm. So Steve Austin will be there too, and Becky Lynch is confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Logan Paul's confirmed too. Gunther will be there too. There's a lot of surprises happening on that Raw. A lot of appearances for the Netflix debut, and the main event, which it should be the main event, co-main event, main event, CM Punk versus Seth Rollins, and you have the main event, the Tribal Chief Combat for the, how do you say it? What is it called again?
The Ulafala.
Ulafala. There you go. Roman Reigns.
Tribal Combat.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's hope they actually do this correctly this time and not make this one terrible.
Yeah, it's gonna be the main event. I don't see CM Punk Rollins being. You heard me, guys, said it 2 weeks ago. Probably prior to that, I said it like it's gonna end up a draw between those two. I don't see nobody going over anybody. It's gonna go to a draw, double disqualification, something there that is just gonna. What other way to build Mania? They have to build it, because if someone loses here on this Raw, even though it will disappoint the audiences on Netflix and in attendance, the ending of that matchup, you gotta see it for Mania. It has to be for Mania. There's no other way, because if you do this now, whoever wins loses, that story is dead. It's gonna die out.
Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe you're right, Phil. Maybe you're right about that. Maybe that could be the case.
Maybe it kills the bloodline, and Rock comes in, and then, because think about it, Roman can't have a faction. Like, he can't be a hero with a faction.
No, I know, but I was talking about the Phil and Rollins one. So I was talking about that.
No, that shit ain't over. That shit ain't over.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be
a
draw on that one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't think so. I think it's going to be an ass whooping, and somebody going to lose.
Well, that's why it's going to be. But I don't see nobody winning or losing. I feel like it's going to be a
no. It shouldn't. Nobody should be taking an L just yet.
Not yet. Yeah, I think they got to see it for Mania.
Until what? Until Mania, and then what after Mania?
Well, have them tag matches, or anything.
Well, no, save it if you're going to do it. Honestly, if this is going to be another trilogy. Then you save it mostly for the pay-per-views, like you did with Drew.
Yeah, but this is their Netflix debut. This is basically the same kind of gravitas of a pay-per-view. So why not start it here? Start it here?
So let me ask you this: so do you see it happening here, Rumble, and at Mania? Do you see that?
Yeah. That's exactly
3 big shows.
In a rubber match is Mania, which Punk gets the main event at Mania. Okay. Seth gets the main event at Mania. Two things both of them have never been able to do.
Yeah.
At that point, if that is the case, if you save it for the 3 bigger shows, this Rumble and Mania, then somebody does have to take an L.
Yeah.
But if it's not,
that makes sense.
If we're gonna get like a quartet and we're gonna get a 4 freaking match trilogy, to where it's like this is before we get the trilogy, like this is the breaking point before the trilogy. then I understand. Then that's fine, honestly. Like if you're gonna go Rumble, Chamber, and then WrestleMania, then fine. Then that makes sense too. But if it is like if you're skipping Elimination Chamber and you consider that not that big enough of a show to have these two on, then you definitely go with somebody's got to lose here.
Yeah,
Mr. Universal himself, Nick Dieter.
What is good, Nick?
Oh man, he's
so,
the
yeah,
man
I
who's
mean,
responsible.
like I said, as far as I'm concerned, this is a pay-per-view for them.
Okay,
it's behind the paywall, and let's face it, you don't have that many motherfuckers showing up as a special guest stars for a regular episode of Raw, even if because it ain't a 25th anniversary.
Yeah.
But if the 25th anniversary or an anniversary show or a 1,000th show, but it's literally like their biggest show. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is their $5 billion show right here.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right.
We're moving homes kind of situation.
Yeah, it is
big.
And then the follow one as well. That's the main event. I mean, I'm gonna repeat it to you, Phil.
Listen, I just said it before.
You tell him because I'm about to say
the only thing, like I said, the way this show as a whole should start is Jay and Drew McIntyre.
Yeah.
Honestly. Jay and Drew McIntyre should open the show as a whole. Pepsi is evil. I think
see, Nick, we had some, Nick, but now I got to kick you out the goddamn audience.
Now he's gonna have to sue you.
Oh my god!
I mean, honestly, truth be told, Nick and Drew is the only thing that would make sense. unless they, I'll be honest, they're not going to do Liv and Rhea first. That much is for sure.
No, the only thing, Drew and Jay should start the show, so that way, honestly, if Drew should go over in that matchup, because I'm telling you, after that 1 down 4 to go comment on his way backstage during Saturday night's main event, that is telling you right here, Jay gets taken out here on this Raw, which now leaves 2 down, 3 to go. By the time, Drew could easily take out Jimmy whenever the hell he wants. Because right now, as far as I believe at this point, Drew is targeting that entire War Games team from Survivor Series right now. He's taking out Sammy. He's going to take out Jay on this Raw, which is why I say this should start the show. At that point, again, after he beats Jay, he's backstage and everyone just thinks, oh, Drew left. Drew's done for the night. He had his match. He's over with, and we don't have to worry about anything else. By the time you get to that main event, I think Drew McIntyre fucks Roman Reigns over in that goddamn matchup, honestly.
Probably.
I'm going to tell you right now, it just makes the most sense because literally Roman Reigns is at the part where he hasn't changed since he's come back. He's still the same old Roman. The only difference is now is the crowd cheers him. He's still the same old Roman. He's still an asshole. He's still power hungry. He's still everything else. At that point, you need to basically take everything away from him. And if Drew McIntyre has to be that guy to do it, I think Drew needs to be the one to fuck Roman in this match.
We'll see.
Have Drew cost Roman the Ulafala. Now Roman has no power. He can't even call himself tribal chief anymore. To the extent that, yes, everyone's going to be like, but it's Solo. How the fuck are you going to convince anybody else at this point that Solo's a tribal chief? Guess what? He just beat Roman Reigns. He officially took the Ulafala from him at this point. It doesn't matter how it's done. Again, that sucks. That's the thing that's going to suck about this is the fact that, once again, I already know this right now. The IWC is going to blow up if Drew McIntyre gets involved in that matchup because, oh my God, once again, interference during tribal combat.
Here's an option for you. To give us Roman at Mania, it's Roman and Rock at Mania, and Rock's the one that interferes in the match. And Rock grabs the Ulafala, said, now you got to come get it from me.
The only thing I think of though is wasn't the rules of tribal combat is anybody of blood can't interfere? Because if that's the case, that entails Drew McIntyre doing it even more then. That way, in all technicalities, if it's no blood can get involved in tribal combat, Drew's not family. Drew can get involved all he wants at that point. So Drew comes in, takes and screws Roman Reigns over to the point where he loses the Ulafala. Now going forward, I'm thinking this.
I will give you that is absolutely correct. I will disagree with wrestling's ability to maintain consistency in storylines. I guarantee that rule gonna disappear.
But I think it's at that point where you need to take everything away from Roman. And if Drew is the one to do it, I think, again, think about what Drew said during that one promo when he came back. While he was gone, one person got a hold of him.
So here's the question, though. Are you going to have Drew and Roman go again?
It could.
If he comes in and interferes, that means Drew and Roman is an inevitability, at least in the next pay-per-view.
You put that on Rumble.
Well, remember, because Bronson Reed's, if it wasn't his ankle injury that when he broke it at War Games, then it would have been a different story. I think it would have been. So they had to replace Drew McIntyre on this situation. So
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Drew. I'm just saying if you do that,
I know that. Yeah,
that puts Drew in line for the next pay-per-view.
Yeah, Drew and Roman at Rumble.
Exactly. So that means, like I said this before, and I hope it does happen. We see a promo either that night or or way after on social media. I don't care how they do it. They gotta have somebody on the chair that someone's just like a Thanos type of style, like you, what the fuck? And it's Dwayne the Rock Johnson. And I'm with you. What you're saying, Phil, about it should be Dwayne, but I feel it should happen. Like I was Justin about Drew doing it, then later add the Rock towards heading into Mania, because if you do it now, it's gonna kind of like be the obvious, and we're like, we're gonna kind of new, like that's shit. It should happen at Rumble. It should happen at Rumble. I think it should happen at Rumble.
Yeah, think about it this way right now. What I was just saying before. Think about it. Drew's one promo of while I was gone, only one person got a hold of me. What if that one person is The Rock? Drew is doing the dirty work for The Rock right now. Because literally after Rock, basically where he showed up and basically made the threat of all of yous done. At that point, we've seen nothing from that. What if that is the point, though?
Yeah.
To think Rock has nothing to do with this. Rock, we don't know. Like, what is his status at this point? Again, even with this whole what is his status shit going around, for WrestleMania. What if that's the fucking point right now? Is Rock is doing that whole thing to make it come off as I'm not gonna be there. So what the hell? Nobody's gonna think that I'm gonna be there and we're gonna finally get me and Roman. Well, guess what? That's kind of the point of what he needs to do. If he at the point shows up where Solo takes the Ulafala, and at that point where we get, like Poppy just said, an ominous figure sitting in a chair where Solo hands over the Ulafala and just goes like, listen, I may have won this, but I know that I don't deserve this. Like, you look at that situation where it's now we've taken it away from Roman. We got to give it to the actual rightful tribal chief at this point, and that's The Rock. Like, he's he had his hitman in Drew McIntyre take that away from Roman.
That's what exactly.
Solo win it from him.
That feels horribly convoluted, but okay.
Nick saying
no, because you literally just got on me because I was okay with Eddie Thorpe's whole debacle plan because saying there's too many steps. This motherfucker got an entire cadre of underground warriors helping him get in the Ulafala. But you're okay with that move because he's sitting in a chair looking like Thanos.
Yes, because in the end, think about it. Eddie Thorpe's made himself look stupid.
Did he though? Because the end of NXT would say different.
He still made himself look dumb. This is the man that literally went out there and said, hey, I'm going to take myself out of a multi-man match, get myself a singles match, and then basically put myself in a fucking multi-man match again.
I know Nick is saying that Drew versus Roman is a Mania match, can be anywhere. I mean, it is, but it's
not a Mania match anymore.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, how Justin's breaking it down when it comes to that. I feel that
There has to be that way, because if you bring Dwayne to Netflix already on Raw that soon, it's too like. I feel the IWC, and I may be wrong. People are listening, watching. It's gonna like be like, hey, we kind of knew, like, boring. Like,
when has the WWE given a fuck about the IWC? That's what I'm saying. They do not give a fuck about the WC. Triple H is like, I'm gonna take this person and take this person. Thank you. That man don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck about the WC. He created his own NIL portal.
You're not wrong, Attorney Law. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, for it to be.
First of all, Henry got an issue with Ava. I don't know what
poor Ava alone, people.
I mean, I don't know what she did to you, but she's doing okay. She ain't terrible.
Henry, if you will be, you'll be happy. If you ever had a chance with Ava, you'll be like, "Oh man, I'm Dwayne the Rock Johnson's son."
She's not. I mean, she ain't the greatest GM, but she ain't the worst either.
Right, she's doing pretty damn good as GM.
Yeah, she is. She's doing a great job.
That
Monday is gonna be a tough one. I don't know. It's gonna be a tough ending. How this is gonna end?
It's gonna be.
I can't remember. Is this Netflix gonna be? Is Netflix's Raw or Raw Netflix gonna be 3 hours or 2?
3 hours.
It's 3.
It's 3 hours.
Okay,
3 hours.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
this is going to be a newsworthy show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and don't forget we'll be doing Raw Dogging with Dom and Friends with benefits here, folks. Watching the 3-hour show, and keep in mind Netflix is going to do the same thing what HBO Max did for Dynamite. Same hours, nothing's going to change, and everybody's going to get the same thing. 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 Central, 5 p.m. Pacific in North America. Internationally, they're going to their times where it starts. So there's not going to be nothing. It's live. It's all going to be live. Nothing is going to be like, oh, it'll be there instead of, back in the days. What was back in the days? What was called that we had back in the days? Were you able to record it and then come back and look at it later? What was it called?
TiVo?
Yeah, TiVo style. No, not TiVo style. So that way you can literally go to Netflix and see the replay, just like you can on Dynamite, so you can see that. So that's gonna be something. So he's like, so you guys are so generous. Good things about that. Sorry. We gotta be respectfully because
Henry I didn't say she was great. I just said she ain't doing a bad job.
No, I think she's a damn good GM.
Now, before we move into NXT predictions for New Year's Eve, very quick, gentlemen, I want to get you on this. This is the one that I'm really, I obviously I didn't put the roster here, but we put the 3 brands. We were hearing the shuffle that is happening. People are going to move around, and we're seeing that. Redeemer mentioned earlier. Who's Alpha Academy going to SmackDown? But you're saying. No. Well, American Made is going to SmackDown. You're saying, Phil, that it's going to be Alpha Academy going over there.
Possibly.
Where's it? Yeah, possibly. So we'll see. So the biggest question for you guys, if you could pick one, like pick a group or a faction or individual. Let's say 3 of them: a man and a women and a tag team, or a faction. Who should go where, or where do you see that fits very well? So I'll start off with you, Pepsi Phil. Who should be the name calling from NXT going to the main roster? Who should go for main roster NXT? Where do you see where that you feel that comes to your mind coming up this year, 2025? The shuffle. Where did it go? Have you been in it?
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Even though, honestly, you're right over there. No. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really care, because you know what I care about more than who's going where? Programming. Mm-hmm. All I care about is the booking. I don't care who goes where. I just need to know whoever goes anywhere it's going to be worth my time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, don't not get me wrong. Raw in the last 2 months, I'll give it 2 months, maybe even 3 months, has been really great. They have done a good job booking. They went to a 2-hour segment. They have been booking the shows really well, even though it was a rocky start to get to where they want. SmackDown is starting to come along fairly well. The issue I'm having is I don't care who goes where. I honestly do not, because the truth of the matter is whoever goes anywhere, they will be in a good position, because right now this might be the best position for anybody to be anywhere in WWE. The only time I have been this excited about a debut of anyone is when SmackDown first started. Okay. Because honestly, I didn't know what to expect. I still didn't. At that time, I was just glad to see in a different venue than Raw, and to see how the fact that it was a different brand with a different style of storytelling than Raw. Right. The same thing with Raw. Now that it switched to Netflix, I'm excited to see what the booking's going to be like. I mean, right now, you already told me what the debuts are for Raw is going to be. We already know SmackDown is pretty much prepping for 3 hours. They literally come off a 2-week break from the holidays. But if I have to pick someone, I'm only going to pick one team. And the only reason I'm picking them is because I think they would fit best in SmackDown. Is literally Metaphor.
Ooh.
Metaphor right now, in my opinion, could come to SmackDown, although truth be told, based on how they are, they would benefit NXT more as a booker. Metaphor benefits NXT more. However, for themselves, but Metaphor would benefit themselves more if they went to SmackDown. They already showed they can work on the main roster on a couple of times. I think they can. I think right now they have proven they are ready to go. But I think right now NXT would literally be hurt if they left. I mean hurt bad if they left, because those two literally have been. And I don't know if people understand what this is. They have been literally the pillar and the paragon of NXT's women's division. As a tag team, they literally are the ones you go to. That's the only team I will hazard to guess, only because I personally would like to see it, because I think they have both graduated to that level.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
But in the end, I don't really care who goes where.
Dang,
like honestly, at this point, I don't care. I mean, think about it. It's not the brand that makes the wrestler. It's the booking on that brand that makes the wrestler. Because honestly, I'm
with Phil, honestly, because like it makes the most sense. Like, it doesn't really matter where anyone ends up. Like, as long as it's more beneficial, like as soon as you get on the main roster, like what is your booking going to be like? That's the thing. Like, even like I've more than likely gonna say, I honestly believe that NXT is going to lose Roxanne Perez and Trick Williams after New Year's Evil. Honestly, like they're going to both drop their championships on Tuesday, and they're going to get called up. And honestly, like at the state of where SmackDown is being kind of the lesser, like roster wise, I think that's where most of these people should end up, is SmackDown. But I think most of the people on Raw could generally do with a switch over to SmackDown. Like talk about American Made switching over to SmackDown. They basically came off the Wyatt Six feud on the losing side. Gable's been losing a lot as a solo guy right now, so that could really be beneficial for them as a whole. So even Drew, like if Drew is gonna freaking be the one to screw over Roman Reigns, losing the Ula Fala, and Roman's going to be over on SmackDown still, then you want Roman to basically have a reason, like the man that he's going to be feuding with on that show. So Drew moving back over to SmackDown, coming fresh off the CM Punk feud as well, would be a nice refresh for him. So, but in the end, it's just going to be how good is everyone's booking going to be. Phil got it nailed that one.
Yeah, you did. And then Andrew's saying, unfortunately, I don't think Paris will be as strong as she has been in NXT. I don't know. We don't know yet. Honestly, I don't know.
With 3 hours on SmackDown, I think she would be.
Right?
Yeah, I mean that's a good call. I mean, I don't think it's a height, Henry. I really don't think it is, or is anything like that. I don't think it has
Doesn't
to do
matter
with her.
how small she is. She's fucking phenomenal.
She's great in the ring. I'll tell you that. She knows for 21-year-old now, I believe.
Honestly, she's got a like her character, you know, kind of being like the hey, listen, you know, I'm the prodigy. You know, she calls herself the prodigy for a reason. Well, guess what? She goes out there and flexes that heel character as you know, literally, I'm the prodigy. Look at me. Everybody else, you know, you're below me at this point. Like, damn, let her do her thing.
I mean, the only person that I could see here, like who from NXT that I could really make an impact on no pun intended, TNA Impact, but I would say is Fraxium. They can go to SmackDown. Give me them in DIY. Give me them in Street Profits. Give me them
in the guns.
Oh, the guns! Like, oh
Give me
my
them in
god!
the Profits. Yeah, give me them in friggin'. You know, there's so many. There's a couple good damn tag teams over there. I'd love to see them with.
I feel like Fraxium could be an additional for the tag team division in SmackDown that can really help that we've been dying to see since the debut of Motor City Machine Guns. Now that they're on SmackDown, we're gonna stay there. They're gonna can help to elevate. Like I said, I think we've all been saying it for quite some time that the problem here that both brands is missing is really now that they're both going to be on 3 hours is give a tag team division their opportunity besides not only the women and singles competitors and
What if they go up to SmackDown and what if their first matchup is against DIY and they win the tag team titles?
I wouldn't mind that. I really wouldn't mind it.
See, everybody sees their run that they had in NXT as tag team champions and how damn good they were at being able to, even in like situations where they're beat up and half out of it, that they're able to go in there and win the tag team titles or successfully defend them. Like now every other team has got to be like, oh my God, these guys came in and just won the tag team titles. And we've even seen that we can't keep them down to the part where they can still retain the tag team titles. We got to step up big time. Like that's a good thing for their tag team division.
Absolutely. And the one thing I also like, besides looking at the TV screen and the roster, the one thing I will look Papa H if you're listening, because I heard all your interviews. You always say you're listening and watching, you know, the community. You're watching us, and I hope you are. I hope that you have a team for each brand of where they need to go with. Yes, of course, you're the head in charge. I'm not saying you shouldn't be. But, like, we got to go back to the type of a little bit, hey, when you had Brian Gewirtz and Paul Heyman, if you can bring Brian Gewirtz back, because I'm not going to knock that man out. You know, that man did do great storylines during the Attitude Era and even the Ruthless Aggression Era. He did what he had to do before he left and became full-time writer for The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. But Brian Gewirtz did a lot of great shit. And Paul Heyman, too, and which I see his input, Papa H is like, all right, let's give it a shot. I can see a little bit of it. And I just hope that this man has a great team not for NXT in the middle one that we have here. Because I think Michaels has that already set. You know, you have Jeremy Borash, you have, you know, Abyss, who does really more all three brands, you know, and Borash as well. He does for production style. You still have William Regal, who's along with Michaels, you know, figuring that out. And William Regal does all three brands too. But a team that is able to create stories for the roster that he's gonna switch around and where they're gonna fit and where let's try it out. I hope it works, and I wish only for the best for all of these three brands because this 2025 should be their year, and I see it, and I feel like this is going to be a full year of Pop H's era right here for him to say, this is my full year.
Yes.
A full year of him controlling everything, and I think he's going to do fantastically. I don't doubt Papa H. I don't doubt him. Yes, there's mistakes. Nobody's perfect. I just
hope that with the Netflix deal that he made through with Nick Khan, with now USA Network on SmackDown 3 hours, CW with NXT. Hopefully they can work something out, giving 5 extra minutes, because for God's sake, you're kidding my host right here. I mean, what the fuck happened there? Like, damn it, what the fuck? Like, we all want something for all the brands, and Big E becoming a host for the Raw Classic and Wade Barrett being alongside there. And we don't know what other shows they're going to start inputting. And I'm just really hoping this is Pop H's time. And this is going to be now his to play with. Like, hell yeah, this is now all mine, damn it, yes. So Pop H, don't ever feel that we don't doubt you, never that we doubted you. We're proud of you because you have that.
You've had moments where we all just kind of go, "Oh, that's not really the one you should have went with there, Pop H." But he always seems to flip it around and make it a little bit better. So
I don't think Opa's going up, Henry. I'm sorry.
I know, me neither. I don't feel like either, and I'm with you too, Phil. Because I feel like
Opa's not going up. I think Opa's going the NXT title.
Yeah, I think so too. No, he's not needed NXT. The truth is that I would love for you, Sean. Yeah, I mean we all do, but maybe Sean does puts input. You never know. One person gets burned. Pop H loves that shit. I could tell he loves it. He just hearing him talking about it. It's like a kid. He's like, this is now really fully what I want to do. If anybody that has the old school mentality that understands the psychology, like growing up with NWA, AWA, is this man right here, right next to the Redeemer. This man understands the entertainment, the characterism of psychology, of how to get a better understanding of this era that we're in, new era, and still mix it with the old, but really more input for the new era, for the new generation. This man is the one who could do that. I feel like Aaron Manuel better keep his ass, and don't fucking let him go. This is the man that you need to keep, because if it wasn't for this man, we would not have bringing those signings that we have, like Motor City Machine Guns. Who the fuck ever thought that Motor City Machine Guns would come to WWE? How many fucking years did we really we want them here and they never did, because piece of shit McNugget never came, was there. This man made it happen.
I never thought the GOD would be in WWE, for God's sake. Now they both are.
Then nobody thought Guerrilla's Destiny's happening, like Hikoleo's on his way here. We'll see, so much shit. Like, this man knows how to fucking talk to you, how to eat a fucking peanut butter and jelly sandwich and tell you why. He can literally tell you that. But fucking, let's get into the fucking prediction time. It is prediction time. It is time because, Matt Hardy, come on. You gotta give it. It's wonderful. It is time.
The 7 deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
That's right. It is premonition time for NXT Evil.
Look at that card.
No, we're not covering what happened last Tuesday, folks, by the way. So, this is going to be, oh, man. Hold on. Let me pull up the card one more time so you guys can see, because it's happening in Los Angeles, folks. Los Angeles, how Steve Austin would say. And, man, this is going to be the one. Yes, I know we missed 2 weeks, folks. We're recovering as much as we can. Plus, I got to get onto, Pepsi Phil's curfew because, he got to go to sleep soon. Me too. There we go. We got 5 matches. We got the Heritage Cup matchup finally happening. Lexis King versus Charles Dempsey. 6-man, 1-woman tag team match. Fatal Influence versus, Tatum Paxley, Gigi Dolan, and Shotzi.
Dare I say they're basically the Powerpuff Girls.
You know what? You are right. Oh my god, that's fucking lovely. Fatal 4-way for the one contendership for the North American Championship. Stephanie Valkyrie, Kalani Jordan, Lola Vice,
and Cora Jade. That's what I'm really excited to see. Naga Mania running wild. That's going to be Naga Mania. Triple threat matchup for the NXT World Heavyweight Championship. Trick, whoop that Trick, defending it versus Oba Femi and Eddie Thorpe. Fucking Eddie Thorpe, you're a scumbag, but I love what you're doing. And the main event, which this is the main event, was announced. The NXT Women's World Heavyweight Championship.
They made this the main event. Let's go to Roxy and Julia.
Roxanne Perez defending versus Julia for the NXT Women's World Heavyweight Championship. So you break it down. So you're the host of the most coast to coast Redeemer because this is your show. You break down NXT. You're excited to really have the watch party for that. Indubitably 3 times.
Oh, let's get it in there.
Let's get it in there. And I want to hear Phil say the word because I've never heard him say it. Okay, can you say it? Can you say it? Can you say it? Say the word.
Indubitably.
There you go. 4. Break it down. The card. What are you excited for? Who wins? Who loses? What is going to be your match of the night? This is a stacked card. Look at how much women we have here. Look how much women do we have here. It's like, oh man, like it's too bad. I'm just mad because we don't have this woman, you know.
Excuse me, brother. Miss Parker.
Oh,
where is she, damn it? It's like Lauren.
Shucky, ducky, quack, whack.
So here's an interesting thing about having more women's wrestling on your thing.
Okay.
I don't think people pay attention to it. Your men can actually rest up and heal. Like no. That's the thing I don't think people understand. Like, and when you spread out the card like this, you don't have to keep going back to the well over and over again with the same fucking people.
Preach the word, brother.
You can spread it out some and let the guys. Because let's face it, those guys had 2 hella pay-per-views before they got here, and most of them are beat the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like having a card where it's like a balance, like men and women's, means that if somebody's hurt, you ain't got to worry about trying to slap some random shit together, trying to make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Oh, that's so true, Phil.
But you need to pick them, man. Go look at the Magic 8 Ball. Tell us what to expect.
Oh, let me tell you this. Just like the Netflix show for Raw, I'm excited for this. You know, the first NXT show of 2025, and it is basically a PLE or a pay-per-view, whichever one you want to call it at this point. This is, it's basically a pay-per-view card. I'm gonna start right now. I'm gonna run through them right now, and then I'll throw it right to you so you can get yours in.
Okay.
I'll start off with the one matchup that honestly I'm really not that excited for, and that is the Heritage Cup rematch. Lexis King and Charlie Dempsey. Like, to be honest with you, right here, I kind of just want the Heritage Cup to kind of go away at this point.
I so hope Regal gets involved in this just because I love Regal.
Right? Like, I'm kind of at the point though where I'm just like, I want the Heritage Cup to just kind of disappear because literally ever since they gave it to Charlie Dempsey, they have not moved him on from anything else but the Heritage Cup. Like, kind of lame. We've been looking at Lexis King and just going, what are we doing with Lexis King again? Like, is he trying to be a face? Is he trying to be a heel? Like, what is he trying to do at this point? I don't see Lexis honestly losing this after he just won it, because like what would end up being the point if Lexis loses it? So I'm going Lexis ended up retaining the Heritage Cup. The Fatal 4-Way to determine a number 1 contender for the NXT Women's Championship.
Don't even fuck around.
Yeah.
Don't you lie to me. Don't lie to me and put some shit on it.
Do I need to? Do I need to go anywhere with else? Because you know who I'm picking in this one right here. First off, Cora, like, I'm gonna say this. She's, it's cool that she's back and everything, but like, she's genuinely not doing a damn thing since she's come back. Kalani's already been women's North American champion, so I don't see her going back for the title. Lola would be a good pick because another one who really, you see a lot of her on NXT, but it almost feels like she's going nowhere right now. You know, the women's North American title right now is a good pick for her right now, because if she wants to win at least her first championship in that brand, that's the way to start for her. Let's just freaking be brutally honest here to everybody out there. There's only one pick here, and that is, you know, it's Stephanie Vaquer. Like, at this point, she is all over this brand every single time. You know, you want to get her a championship right now. This is your way you get to her to a championship right now. And I don't see her losing to Fallon Henley eventually down the line. You know, I love Fatal Influence, you know, as we call them, rip off Toxic Attraction. But either way, I like Fatal Influence, all three of those women. But I'm telling you, this is Stephanie Vaquer, hands down, winning this Fatal 4-Way. Like, I say it every single time I see that woman, I just go, I'm in love. Okay, like, she is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. This is her match right here, hands down. 6-woman tag match should be fun, honestly. I'm liking this little side feud they got going on. I like how he paired Gigi and Tatum with Shotzi. Cool that Shotzi's back still too. Shouts to Fatal Influence, you know, for
can't believe it.
Spark this little feud right now. So I'm cool with that. Honestly, I can see Fatal Influence probably winning this, but I don't know. Gigi, Shotzi, and Tatum kind of need this right now, you know, but it almost feels like you're making your women's North American champion look weak in the process there, because I feel like ever since she's won that title, Fatal Influence hasn't really been that successful right now. So this is a tough one right here. But I'm going to say probably Gigi, Shotzi, and Tatum win this because, you know, you just paired them together. Like, why would you have them take an L right now? If this is true and the women's are the main event, I'm jumping to the NXT Championship quick. Trick Williams, Obafemi, Eddie Thorpe. Listen, I've been saying it multiple times. Another one I'm not sold on is this Eddie Thorpe story. Like, right now, after everything that he went through, and he basically ended up in a multi-man match anyway. I don't know. I kind of almost made Eddie Thorpe look kind of dumb in the long run, but he kind of got his heat back a little bit on Tuesday, which is fine. You know,
he did.
I'm not sold. I'm not sold on the entire thing right now. But honestly, I think this is Trick losing the title. It's Obafemi winning the championship at this point. I think Trick is ready to go to the main roster. I don't see Eddie Thorpe winning the championship, no matter what. Even if it's story-wise, I don't see that story being enough to give Eddie the championship. I think Obafemi is, you know, the most dominant threat in this brand right now. Why would you not crown him at this point? So I'm thinking Obafemi is going to win the NXT championship. And your main event being the women's championship. First, shouts to Roxanne and Julia for getting that main event spot. That is awesome that those two got the main event slot again, because they got it the last time on TV. Now they're getting it again on television. This is Roxanne, I think, dropping the championship. Julia's going to win the championship, and Roxanne's going to the main roster.
Why do you want Julia to win the championship?
I just think only because I think Roxanne does not need to be in this brand no more.
Don't lie to me. You just want to see Julia and Stephanie back here. No, I don't want to get no analytical bullshit.
Wait. Here's the thing. Okay. Would I be excited? Am I, as a whole, as a fan, wanting to see Julia and Stephanie Vaquer? Absolutely. But I'm not like these other people out there that are trying to fucking force it right now to be like, make it happen now. Make it happen now. Literally, after this New Year's Eve, we'll put it on the freaking show. Like,
Why does always Phil makes me choke on my beer every time when he fucking?
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The fact when I saw these two on the same card, one's a number one contenders match.
I never snorked, but fucking got me snorking.
It's almost a foregone goddamn conclusion.
But remember, that number one contenders match is for the other women's championship, not the actual women's championship.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, honestly, like I said, I want to see that matchup, the one-on-one between those two. But again, I'm not trying to force it like a lot of people are. It's going to happen. When it happens, I'm going to be excited to see it. But right now, I think Roxanne is ready to go up to the main roster. She's been on this brand for a long time. She's carried the women's division. It's time for her to go up there and lead the main roster women's division. Julia's turn to take the NXT women's division. So, yeah, I got new champion there in that situation. So, as a whole, I think the main two championships are the ones that are changing hands. Other than that, like I said, I'm excited for this show. Big time.
Okay.
Phil, the floor is yours, brother.
I gotta tell you, you pretty much picked the same ones I did. Although you blew analytical, this is literally all emotion.
Why? We're analysts. We're fucking analysts. What the hell's wrong with you?
First of all, this is pretty much why I like being a wrestling fan, because sometimes I can turn it off and just go all emotion. Is it logical? No, it is not.
No,
because truth be told, it's not, because honestly, I think Obafemi will win tonight. But truth be told, from a booking standpoint, I want Obafemi to win the championship one-on-one.
I'm gonna test your ass after.
So I would like Trick Williams to win, Eddie Thorpe to be knocked out, and then Obafemi to go after Trick Williams for the title, so that he could win it not at New Year's Evil, but at the next pay-per-view that comes up, or at the very least the next whatever PLE that NXT has. And I know it's a stretch, but honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't like triple threats for championships. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't like it. One-on-one. I mean, I'm old school, so I like one-on-ones for the championships. I've always liked it that way. I mean, don't get me wrong.
You know what a triple threat is basically for most of the time, and that's like we've all kind of learned that, and that's to protect one person.
Yeah, exactly. So, and like I said, I don't want anyone protecting their Trick Obafemi match. I want the person to win dominantly, and I want the loser to go to the next brand, because that's what Trick Williams is supposed to do.
Right.
Like when he loses, every NXT champion that has lost the belt has gone up because they lost a one-on-one fight. So that's kind of like, that's the only reason why I'm picking Trick Williams over Obafemi and Eddie Thorpe. But if Obafemi wins, I won't be upset, because it stands to reason.
Right.
The Roxanne and Julia, same thing. Julia's taking that shit and running with it. She is it's a foregone conclusion. Roxanne is definitely going to the main roster somewhere, probably SmackDown, because that feels like the right place for her. Maybe Raw, but I don't actually see her fitting in at Raw, honestly. I see her fitting in at SmackDown. Now, number one's contenders match for the NXT North American Championship. That is really interesting, because here's the thing. I would like Stephanie Vaquer to win that one. And obviously she will beat Fallon Henley for the North American title. So it's like you said, you get to hold off on, your Stephanie Vaquer Julia match. So, which I do agree with. They if you can't force that shit, like, it's still way too early for those two to meet. Right. But if as a quick way to get Stephanie Vaquer a title, I think that's probably the best way, because she's about due. Lexis King and Charlie Dempsey, I'm actually enjoying that storyline, because it's kind of fun. Like, it's bizarre, and I don't really know what it's supposed to be for, because Charlie Dempsey just looks like he's just hanging out, and Lexis King just look like, I need a place to go. And it's not a bad thing, but it's an interesting storyline between the both of them, because it literally is one of those old school, I'm fighting to be just like you kind of situation. And then So I'm going for the 6-woman tag match, which I'm really excited about. I'm picking the Powerpuff Girls to win that shit. Gigi Dolan.
I'm literally gonna get that theme song for like 6 seconds. Fuck
so
that,
here's
dude.
the thing. Here's the thing.
Every time they show up on the screen, we could just be like sugar, spice, and everything
nice.
Or just be like
So-
Tatum, Shotzi,
So
and
here's
Gigi.
here's the interesting thing. If it was Fallon Henley, now the interesting thing is this is where another way could go. It could literally be Fatal Influence, and Fallon Henley gets the pin on probably Tatum Paxley. And while she's in the ring, Stephanie Bakir shows up to like basically just stand her ground and declare herself. That's kind of like the next thing I see. Because honestly, if I'm booking it, a Fatal Influence really like, or we're going logical. I'd have Fatal Influence when Fallon Henley get the pin, Stephanie Bakir come out and go, well, I guess it's just you and me then.
Yeah, it would make the most sense. Like if you're locked in on Vaquer winning the Women's North American Championship, then you should absolutely at least, make your champion look strong in the end by at least getting a win, which makes sense.
It's so yeah, that's pretty much how I pick it to win. I mean, I don't like the fact that Toxic Attraction's winning.
Toxic,
but
you mean Fatal Influence?
Whatever. Toxic Attraction.
It's
not Toxic Attraction.
Same ship, different but rudder. In the end, it's in the end
the city of Townsville.
Yeah,
Powerpuff Girls.
But here's the thing about Gigi Dolan, Shotzi, and Tatum Paxley.
Okay.
That's a really good team. They lose nothing by losing this fight.
True.
They are terribly terrible. They are what are they? 2 weeks old?
Yeah,
literally 2 weeks old. They are 2 weeks old. Them losing at New Year's Evil does not cost them anything. And truth be told, as a faction, they are great. I think if you're going to let them develop and percolate a little bit more, having them lose to Fatal Influence, Toxic Attraction, whatever the fuck you want to call them, are literally, I cannot remember which ones they are anymore. Shit. It's basically the same one. But truth be told, having them lose actually builds their character up a little bit more. Because right now, I'm still trying to figure out who actually is the leader of that squad, and I can't figure out who it is yet.
I say Shotzi.
I was thinking about that too, but again, she's of the three, she is the oldest and most experienced out of all of them.
All I know is I saw a bunch of people acting super thirsty, like because apparently during their 6-woman tag match that they had on Tuesday, Shotzi got behind Gigi and kind of like shoved her down, like all like overly sexual, and everyone was just like, the way she did that, there's something else going on there. And I'm like, whoa, y'all need to chill,
I mean, honestly, look, I understand what people are thinking about. It's like that's fine, but at a certain point, you just got to go. I'm like, can y'all shut the fuck up and let them wrestle, please?
Right. Like I said, all I'm getting is nostalgia and Powerpuff Girls, and that's all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first of all, but I'm with you, man. I am really, really happy Shotzi's back. I mean, I hate the fact that she got hurt in the middle of a decent run. Right. And even though the run was not the best, she was starting to come up, but ended up getting hurt. And honestly, she gets points for carrying Ronda Rousey that entire rivalry. And then for the show force, she gets hurt. So I'm glad she's back. I think this group really is a great group. And I think if you leave them in NXT for a while, they will become what Fatal Influence wants to become.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes. But I think this in New Year's Evil, this NXT, I think this will shape up to probably be, I'm going to say it right now, probably as good as some of the best NXT pay-per-views they've had in a while.
Okay.
Like,
It's a fresh start for 2025. This is going to be the first.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone in here is pretty much getting a new start. My one prediction, I think this is when Kalani turns heel.
Thank you.
You
nailed it.
She's real close to being like, fuck all you people. Stephanie Vicarious in her shit. Lola Vice is in her shit. Everybody in her shit need to mind their own fucking business.
Mello's teaching her well.
Before I give mine, I didn't hear you guys' match of the night. So which is the match of the night you guys choose out of this story?
Honestly, I think it could be Roxanne and Julia.
Yeah, I think that's it. There's as much as I love them, like I said, the multiple matches like throw me off. In the sense of I can't really focus on a lot of them because sometimes the camera work just be all over the goddamn place. And they do a good job, but it's still good. But I think Julia and Roxanne will be the best one because it's if this is indeed her swan song before she leaves, I think she's going to turn that shit out 100%.
Oh, hell yeah!
Oh yeah.
And Julia, and honestly, we have barely scratched the surface of how good Julia is, and I think this is when she turns it up.
We ain't even seen the full potential yet.
Exactly. I think we all three of us know what she's capable of, but it's like they're saving it for something down this year. So
yeah, exactly. I think this is when she turns that shit up.
I totally agree. I'm so with you. Man, I'll go very quick on this one because you guys nailed a lot of things to the coffin, but I'll add a little bit something towards this card. I'll start with the oh my god, I can't get over it. Fucking Justin got me with the Powerpuff Girls. Jesus Christ, I love that
city of NXT.
That's right. The Powerpuff XT, you could say, or I would say more like the Powerpuff Nalgas XT is what I heard.
I'm not gonna lie, if the three of them end up having a trios finisher and it's literally called Chemical X, I know
that means you're watching our show. That's how you know.
I see you, ladies. We appreciate you. All right.
Respectfully. I can say that I feel like Fatal Influence might get the win, and Haney's gonna get that pin. Question is to who? I don't know who, but I feel that what's gonna happen there. Eventually, it's going to happen that it's going to be a rematch, and Michaels is going to input where pins. Fallon Henley will get a normal contendership, and they're going to bust the same thing what they did with Naomi and Bayley. Both of them all three of them pin Fallon Henley and Fatal 4-Way down the line on fucking. I think that might happen.
Big old
I see that happening. And them going Fatal 4-Way for that NXT North American Championship, which I don't mind because a Fatal 4-Way between those four women, fuck yeah, I think it'll put over all of them. They're already there. Don't get me wrong, I love the other two, but it just it's Henley's the one holding the title. So what other better way to do it that way? So I'm excited to see how that match goes. The Heritage Cup, I see when the Ring get involved, how Phil said. And I think Rigo this time is going to be the one telling him, I'm your father. Come here, Charles. Charles, come to hug me. And then there you go. But I see that, right? I mean, I got to stop saying that. Oh, Jesus. I think I see that shit for fucking William Regal. But I see, Lexis King is going to have a great match that I feel like people will be disappointed. They'll be like, damn, this is what Lex King's all about. I think this is going to be the biggest test for him in the ring psychologically. Because in AEW, when we saw him as Brian Pillman Jr., we didn't see much. He did great matches. Oh, shout out to Lord. Oh, hail, OGK. That's right.
It looks like he's hidden in the fourth castle of the Koopa Kingdom.
Oh,
damn you, God. Ludwig Koopa. Hey, listen, if the kingdom involves all these ladies right here, respectfully, I ain't leaving that kingdom.
Exactly.
And shout out to OGK here, our other host here on this network, which he'll be hosting, which we'll get into soon. But yeah, I feel like Lexis King and Charles Dempsey gonna be a good matchup. William will get involved. William will go heel. Be like, son, Faja, oh, he ain't the Faja. I just see that fucking happening. I don't know why. Like Austin Powers style.
Shit. That's fucking funny.
I just feel that shit. Something happening. But it's not gonna hurt Lex King losing this shit. I think it's gonna help him for the crowd to get back behind him. Yeah, Faja. I see that. The Fatal 4-Way. I'm gonna fail. I think this is where Kalani turns heel. And what better way for Kalani to turn heel if she wins by a roll-up, holding the tights, and guess who? Either Lola Vice or Cora Jade. I don't see Valkyria get pinned here. I don't see that. I see Valkyria get close to get the win. She pushes Valkyria out of the way. She rolls up the fucking pin, and she takes the shot. And I see that. And that's how she'll go heel, Phil. That's the best way to do it. But you're still protecting Valkyria because she's not getting pinned. She get pinned at deadline. You know, remember we talked about it. All three of us talked about that. She didn't get pinned at deadline. This could be the same thing. And I can see that happening here. And Kalani going heel from here. See, I'm tired of y'all bitches. Everything. Oh, imagine her and Miss Parker teaming up as a tag team.
Excuse me, Miss Parker.
Oh my God, you gotta have Miss Parker. Oh man, Hercules. Oh,
she does this whole time.
You get a good match. Eddie Thorpe, Oba Femi, Trick Williams. I don't see. Oh, see, I like Bakley what he's saying. Like she's
really the two heels against each other, Bakley.
Hey, he may be right. I mean, shit, they're selfish, so selfishness will come and play. I mean, we'll see.
Two heels against
I'm excited
each other.
for that.
You know how well a heel versus heel match works on occasions, like 10%.
I like that. I mean, I like what Bakley's saying.
Oh my
God.
And
then I know I don't see it.
Of course, Bakley wants fucking Eddie Thorpe.
We know, Carl. You want Carl Fredericks, but no, it's not gonna happen. I think it's gonna be. I don't see Trick Williams moving any. I don't see him moving. I think he's gonna move after Mania. I feel that Trick is gonna save him. They're gonna save Trick Williams from the main roster until he puts over Femi and Mania. At the NXT that's just my opinion. I mean, you have your own.
No, you're right. In his defense, I think Eddie Thorpe wouldn't be a bad call, kind of like when Ethan Page won out of nowhere. So there is a part of me that would not be mad at Eddie Thorpe winning, because then it's like Trick leaves, and then it's a lot easier to imagine Obafemi beating up Eddie Thorpe than beating up Trick Williams.
No, you're right. I'm not saying you're absolutely right. So it's just like it can go those directions too. That's why it's a tough one.
Yeah,
I just don't see. Go ahead, bro.
No. I just, like I said, just in the end, Obafemi gets the belt. So
no. Yeah, I feel like Oba will get it at NXT Mania weekend takeover. I don't feel like he needs it now. I think it's just the beginning of his build to get to that belt. That's just me, because the promos that we saw prior, it's like, it's just like the taste, like I always compare it to fucking films. It's like Bloodsport. Okay. It's like a fucking Bloodsport. He's like a fucking Thai guy that kicks a fucking brick wall. That's just Obafemi to me. And I don't mind Eddie Thorpe to get involved in this shit, but it's just like I think he's gonna get screwed. I think Ava's gonna screw him on this one. Like, I see him getting close. He said, "Oh my God, he might get the win," but Ava comes out. No, you're not. I don't know exactly. Ava has to. So exactly as I'm saying, Bakley.
She has all the justification to be a shitty GM. Yeah. You took yourself out of an opportunity to try to sneak yourself a different opportunity. Guess what? You're a piece of shit.
Exactly. So I feel like Ava will probably go screw him over here.
And you made yourself look stupid by taking yourself out of a multi-man match to put yourself in a multi-man match. You're kind of dumb, Eddie.
I know you guys chose your matches of the night, but I feel like the match. Oh, I haven't even gone with the main event. Sorry, I forgot. Roxanne Julia. Yeah, I see Julia winning. I think it is. I think Julia is going to be the one, and Roxanne is going to put her over very well. And Cora Jade will try to help her, but then Stephanie will come out and really save that, and then we'll have an eyeball between Stephanie and Julia saying, "You owe me, you owe me, you owe me," type of style. I feel like that's gonna happen. So I'm excited. So Julia will finally start 2025 being the NXT Women's Champion. I don't mind that. And it's gonna have a great run. Match of the night for me will be, I think, the Fatal 4-Way of the No More Contendership title. I think Kehlani is going to be the one that's going to shock the world that she turns heel. She's going to cheat to win that. I think that's the one that I feel is going to be the match of the night. Those women's not going to disappoint. It's a hard one between them four or the Heritage Cups, because I feel like we're going to see something from Alexis King that we haven't seen before, and I'm intrigued to see it. I'm excited.
Bakley says, "You owe me." What is this, gym class?
Mm-hmm.
You get kind of, but all right. Let's close it out before we even get the heck out of here. We got two more things very quick. We don't have to go through everything, so we're gonna go through one thing because I want to hear you guys pick your match that you are really excited for, and it is time for another prediction. Not all the card vision, and we already did that 48 hours ago. GK knows what time.
The seven deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
That is right. It is happening soon, folks. Within 24 hours, we will have a 2-night event, 48 hours in total. Wrestle Kingdom 19s, and we have the following day, Wrestle Dynasty. Those are going to be incredible matches. Of course, OGK and I talked about that on Dojo Debate. But, gentlemen, choose your match that you're looking forward to see. What are you excited for these two events? We'll start off with Wrestle Kingdom 19 Night 1. So, man, this card is Netty fucking mania, dude. Tell me that you guys are not excited. What a year to start with a banger. Even though, oh my God. Even though in America it's gonna be like at 3 a.m. America, fuck yeah! That's right. But I'll start off with you, Attorney at Law. I know you're excited, brother. Start off with wrestling before we get into Dynasty. Tell me about 19. What are you excited for? Which is the match you're really invested to see? That card. Yeah, I'll share the card over time if you want me
to. Just Zack Sabre Shooter.
Okay.
Shooter Omino. That's all. That's the only one I'm really excited for. That's the one I want to see.
Tell us why. I want to hear your story. Why?
I mean, Zack Sabre's been been in the grind for a long ass time. Shooter has pretty much been long past due, in my opinion. He's been kind of like, he hasn't even been like the second, like the first runner up. He's usually like second or third runner up in that list, but he's consistent and he has been killing that shit left and right. I mean, let's face it, Shooter also, I mean, he does have a lineage of being trained by Moxley on some level. At the same time, Zack Sabre Jr. is literally a monster, and he has been carrying that belt really well. So I'm pretty much, that's the only match I'm excited for. The rest of them I am not excited for.
Damn.
I imagine they'll be good, but that is the Zack Sabre Shooter is the one I really wanted to see. That's not true. There is also a Takeshita Ishii. There is a Takeshita Ishii tag match coming up.
In there.
Where Ishii has a mystery partner. So I am kind of curious to see how that comes up. But truth be told, that's a Takeshita match. So I'm always going to be excited for a Takeshita match. Period. In any state.
Well, remember, it's title for title. Konosuke Takeshita versus Shingo for Neverwhere Opening Championship and the AEW International. The winner goes to face, Tomohiro Ishii the following
Dynasty.
That Dynasty.
So those are the only ones I'm really excited for. Everyone else is, I think they'll be good, but I don't think, I'm not really going out of my way to go, ooh, I can't wait to stay up to see that match.
What? You won't even see fucking? Are you not gonna see Naito and Hiromu? You're not intrigued? That
Look, man, Naito has been at Wrestle Dynasty for almost 1,700 years. That man has.
Wrestle Kingdom.
Wrestle Kingdom. That motherfucker has been there so many goddamn times. His address is there. Oh, am I excited for Naito? Always. Am I going to be surprised at the outcome? Probably not.
Okay,
probably not.
Then you better go back and listen to those. Just Bakley and I talked about that matchup, and Bakley and I broke it down. Details. Justin heard it, so he already knows.
Yes, I did.
Like, oh look, he's like, "What? You don't like the lumberjack death match?" He said,
I don't even know what the fuck that means, Baker.
Exactly. I mean,
that's
just
between
Tanahashi
versus Evil in a the House of Torture gonna be involved in that shit. So,
it doesn't even say death match. It just says lumberjack match.
No, it does say that. Look here, I'll show you one more time. It shows.
The truth.
Lumberjack death match right there.
That's so fucking funny. I'm telling you, the only thing I can think about as a lumberjack death match is literally all the lumberjacks have weapons.
I think that might be the case. I don't know. We don't know yet either until we see it. So we'll see. All right. So So that's from night 19. What about you, Redeemer? What do you got for Wrestle Kingdom 19?
Oh, easily. Like, there's a toss up between two matches right now. Like, overall, I love this card for Wrestle Kingdom. But right now, the two matches that stick out to me that I really cannot wait to see is going to be Mayu Iwatani and AZM, honestly.
That's gonna be the match.
That should be amazing. Like, Mayu Iwatani as the women's champion has been incredible. She's phenomenal. But like I said, I love AZM too. Like, again, there's so many different women in Stardom that I'm big fans of, and AZM is one of them, along with Mayu as well. Like, she's just those two should have a hell of a banger. But really, the big one is Shingo and Takeshita. Like, to me, first off, Takeshita, phenomenal. Shingo is easily my favorite in New Japan. Like, still to this day, I am happy. Like, when they first introduced the new design for the IWGP title, and they went through all that to decide who the hell it was, and it came down to Shingo and Okada. The fact that they had Shingo go over Okada, to me, was one of those things where I go, holy shit, like, that was what I wanted, was Shingo to go over Okada, because instead of them just going the same old route and being like, well, world title, we got to give it to Okada. We got to give it to Okada. Like, they went with something different, and they gave it to Shingo, and I was so happy. And it's just like everything that Shingo does, guy's phenomenal. When it comes to in-ring stuff. And like, when him and Takeshita go in there, that shit's going to be a fight. I cannot wait to see that shit. Like, that's the one match I'm excited, especially now that the winner is gonna go on to face Ishii. Sign me the hell up for that too. Like, I'm excited. Takeshita and Ishii should slap.
Oh fuck yeah, I'm with you on that. It's gonna be intriguing, and I know that OGK mentioned about the TLC, the Fatal 4-Way.
Right. Yep.
That's right.
Overall, like, I like the look of all that, the entirety of the card. It's amazing.
Look at that card. That card is fucking amazing. Oh my god. It's gonna be, man. I'm excited. I'm so stoked for 19. Wow, being the 19. But I mean, you guys show. I think for me, like, the match that I'm excited for is two matches. Actually, I would say three matches for me. I'm excited for all of them, but the one that I'm excited for really more is, and I talked about OGK on Dojo Debate, the storytelling between Naito and Hiromu. I'm going to say it again. This is Naito's last Wrestle Kingdom. I think he's going to pass the torch to Hiromu to take over LIJ. He's going to be the future of it. He's going to be the one that, hey, you know what? I am going to lead this new LIJ faction, and this is going to be him. Naito's going to be your Jado of being a manager, being the speaker. I see that. I can picture Naito, and it fits Naito that well. I think because his knees are not the same anymore. We already know what's happened to him. He's done. So his credentials are there. I'm going to repeat that. It just, there's nothing else that he has to prove to what he's able to do. He's fine. I feel like he's done everything. He's a Grand Slam champion.
You know, so what else can you want from him? That's all you can ask for him. I think Hiromu was his time for him to be moving up from a junior to a heavyweight. So I'm looking for that. The other match I'm looking forward to is, of course, you already mentioned it, is the Shingo and the Takeshi matchup. Yes, I'm excited for that one. That one is going to be a banger. It's going to be a fucking banger matchup. Does it remind me of them in the G1 tournament? Oh, man, they're going to fucking kill each other. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I don't know who's going to win that one. I choose more, Takeshi winning that one. I feel like it's just his time. He is the MVP of the G1, what he did this past year.
One of the MVPs.
No, yeah, well, last year, yeah. I'm not saying. Well, we could debate that if you want to another time, but another time because Bakley and I have our reasons for that because when we covered it and we fucking did it, there was a lot of matches that I was like, oh shit. Mm-hmm. So the other matchup that actually I'm intrigued because I want him to win it because he's been in New Japan for so long and he's never got a singles title, and that is, of course, ELP, baby. I want him to win the New Japan Television Championship in that Fatal 4-Way. I think he deserves it. Yep. See, he even knows. There's my boy right there. OGK knows. ELP. Yeah, my God.
I love that fucking theme song.
That's my favorite theme song.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I understand the sentiment. No.
What the fuck, man? Why you always call it killing the fucking moment?
He just came back. The only reason they would give it to him is, and God bless, I'm happy for him, he survived cancer.
Man, you're a fucking hater, man. You're a fucking hater, man.
What kind of shit is that?
You're a fucking hater. You're like this.
No. I mean, you are aware that ELP's only been back for about 3 weeks, right?
But
any other time, you would have been like, no.
Where the fuck is Bakley? Because I know that.
Just get rid of this heel lawyer. Isn't that technically the case when it comes to lawyers? They're supposed to be heels?
Well, yeah. I mean, he's being like this right now.
Bitch. Like I said, don't get me wrong. I love ELP as much as you do. And I am so happy like I said, my heart dropped when I heard he had to take a break because he had to go through chemo. Right. But when he came back, I was 100% happy. It was like that motherfucker's gonna kick some shit out of everybody.
Man.
Why does Okada make me think of actually if Phil was the on a case at the time, and as soon as they freaking say the one time he couldn't defend him, he ended up
you're Tony Khan.
He just goes, bitch, and then just walked off.
But I
already can see Phil doing that.
I don't think ELP gets that title. As much as it'd be nice,
Why? Why you be? Oh my God!
I just told you why. I literally just told you why.
I know, but fuck, Phil. You don't have you have no hope, man. You have no fucking hope. Man. I know you're turning your law.
If it makes you feel better, Joe Hendry ain't ever winning the goddamn title in TNA.
Don't fucking say that. No.
I kind of agree with Phil there.
Tell me, he didn't just say that.
He's a heel. He wants Red Narita to retain.
That fucker showing up at WWE in no time flat.
I mean, he'll be there in February 1st.
Exactly. His contract's up, and that man's a free agent.
That buzzer goes off, and that we hear that say his name, man, and fucking Indianapolis gonna lose their collective shit.
I mean, Wrestle Kingdom 19 is gonna be great. Folks that are listening, watching, make sure you come here because the Man of 1,000 Words, OGK, will be hosting at the watch along for that show for Wrestle Kingdom 19. That's at 3:30 Eastern. Yes, he's a delayed 30 minutes. But he will be there at 3:30 a.m. Eastern, 2:30 a.m. Central, and 12:30 a.m. Pacific. He will be hosting it and watching the incredible show. It's going to be a great match. It's going to be having another one that actually, like, the coffin. I can't touch the AZM one, and I can't. I want AZM to win. I can tell you that very quickly. But the other match I forgot to mention that I added to this one that I talked to OGK about is we're getting Doku versus El Desperado, the return of El Desperado. I feel that's going to be Doku's night for him to show who the fuck he is. And I said it. I said it that Tuesday, and we haven't seen. People think he's a. I hate, and please again to clarify, I hate to use this word. I don't like to use this word, unless my attorney is able to help me to use another different word. The jobberish type of style. I don't. Phil, should I use another word to it, or I don't know? You want to help
That's
me?
about it. That's about it.
Okay. It's just that we see Doku be that, and now he's proven himself why he should be the junior heavyweight champion. But we already know Desperado's credentials. I think we're gonna see the best of Doku coming out against Desperado. I hope so.
Move to the never open weight division.
Absolutely, amen to that. And now, let's get into
Also, RIP to the KOPW belt.
Yeah, because now it's a Rambo. It's a Rambo Battle Royal, so the winner of that will get a title shot at whatever they choose to. That I know, Bakley and I know by far, but Bakley can break it down if he's in the comment. He'll let us know more details of it. But all right,
appearances from probably Taguchi and Honma in that matchup.
No, you know what Bakley said.
Kokeshi makes you happy,
but Bakley made a good point because he did say that. Maybe we might get an AEW roster in that Battle Royal.
Ooh, I like that.
So he nailed the coffin in that one. But,
okay.
All right. Now,
also shout out to David Finlay and Yota Tsuji on that show.
Oh, that's gonna be
amazing.
That's gonna be amazing. But what's amazing is the night 2, which is of course Wrestle Dynasty. You got the return of by God, Kenny Omega being the main event versus Gabe Kidd. But you have other matches there as well. Yota Tsuji versus Jack Perry. You got Shota Umino versus Claudio. You have David Finlay versus Brody King. You have Zack Sabre Jr. versus Ricochet. Minya Shirakawa defending title for title for the TBS and Ripple Championship versus Mercedes Moné. You have Tomohiro Ishii the winner of either of Shingo or Tanosuke Takeshita. And you also have the vacated IWGP World Heavyweight Tag Team titles. The Young Bucks versus Great O'Khan and the Mystery Partner. For the first time ever, you have... Yes, Phil, we're about to kill this very quickly. So my apologies. You have Dustin Rhodes and Sammy Guevara versus, of course, Uncle Nobu and Show, and then the Battle Royal, and then you have the Fatal 4-Way Finals of the Women's International Cup. Nipsville, Killer Way, what do you got? Talk to me.
Kenny. That's honestly, it's about Kennedy. I mean, it's interesting. Kenny chose New Japan to come back, so this will probably be the biggest night for him on the comeback trail. So it sets the standard for his time in AEW probably as well too. So I'm really curious to see what this leads into. I'm curious to see if they let him win this one, or if he loses this one and he goes back to AEW, a guy who lost at Wrestle Dynasty. Ooh, so because honestly, it's a 50-50 shot. Because truth be told, a Kenny who lost coming to AEW to fight Okada is a better story for me versus a Kenny who won coming back to AEW to fight Okada again.
I kind of like that.
Because truth be told, at this point, Kenny's been gone for almost 2 years. So having him
about a year and a half, yeah.
So if he comes back and beat Okada at his second fight, or in his second match, I don't know about you, but I'm gonna call bullshit on that one.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
I kind of like that because that would put Gabe Kidd over a lot, honestly.
Yeah, it would. Like I said, Gabe Kidd, I don't think people understand. Gabe Kidd is pretty much in the exact same position where Jay White was a couple of years into his own run.
I said that to Bakley on Tuesday, but you know the couple.
So I mean, and honestly, Gabe Kidd can use the push. I mean, honestly, it's not like he's getting a good push already, but Gabe Kidd could definitely use going over a Kenny style going over. And because Kenny can definitely put Gabe Kidd on the map and definitely put him in line to either win his first title or definitely put him in line to win a title at AEW. I mean, in New Japan. Truth be told, maybe against Finley. Shit, maybe a never open weight title. I don't know. Something.
Boom. There you go.
Oh, look right there. There's this comment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
over Gabe Kidd. That's a hell of a way
like
to
I
do
said,
it.
like right now, Kenny does what everyone thinks what everyone thinks Jericho is doing. Yeah. Kenny legitimately does either in front of the house or in the back of the house. He does that.
Now, okay, so that's your match that you're looking forward to. But what about what's your match of night of that card, though? And what do you see out of the Women's International Cup, though?
I mean, I don't know. I'm waiting to see what that one becomes of it because, like I said, it's a brand new. I want to see how they book it, honestly. Because, truth be told, there is no reason someone from New Japan should not win that one.
Okay.
Like if you're booking that, there's no way I'm letting a goddamn foreigner win that belt. Win that title.
On top of that question, who do you got to be Great O'Con's mystery partner versus Young Bucks for the vacant titles?
Oh, that's interesting, actually, because it says winner receives a women's championship match from the participating promotion of their choosing.
So. Yeah, exactly. That
makes it really interesting, honestly.
I don't really know. Honestly, I can't figure it out. Because honestly, I could see Great O'Con pulling probably one of the House of Torture guys. One of the House of Torture guys with him.
No, United Empire. So what do you see?
No, I mean he could pull. Like I said, if it's going to be a surprise, it could be. I mean, it could be Mark Davis, but I don't know. I mean, it could at this point because it's so AEW heavy. It could be Mark Davis. That would be a little bit boring to me. I'd like it to be one of the House of Torture guys. Just to throw a monkey wrench into it.
So funny. United Empire and House of Torture teaming up.
Exactly. That's why I like it because
or you literally see Calvin Newman to make or Bolig Bolig.
I mean, it could be, but it's boring. It'd be boring for me because that's exactly who he's supposed to pick. Mark Davis, at least, because technically Mark Davis is with AEW. So technically, having him do it, it would make more sense from the card they have built already. I mean, like I said, if I wanted to do it, if I wanted to make a hot mess of it, it'd be someone from House of Cards. If you wanted to be a little less dramatic about it, but only picking this man because I love him so much, I'd make a Yoda Tsuji. Make Yoda work. Yoda Tsuji worked twice that weekend, as far as I'm concerned.
I like that. LIJ and United Empire together. That'd be fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
I like that.
So that's who I'd pick, honestly, because truth be told, Yoda Tsuji should be in the title picture, but he's not because he's too young, which is weird to say.
No, I'm with you.
But he's still too young. Unfortunately, he's still too young.
Okay. Bakley said
Tsuji's facing Jack Perry.
Yeah, which I am not even remotely interested in that match.
I am.
And it's no offense to Jack Perry, but it's like if they treat Yoda Tsuji the way they did at AEW with Jack Perry, I'm gonna be pissed because that was not Yoda Tsuji wrestling in AEW when they had the 6-man tag. And that in the London 0 hour for All In. So,
right. Oh my god.
If they have him wrestle like that shit, if I forget, I didn't. They disrespect. They put some. They did not put any respect on that man's name.
Yeah, they did him pretty dirty.
All right. Redeemer, what do you got for us, brother? What do you think?
There's a lot, honestly. Clearly, Omega and Kid. Like again, if this is Omega putting over Gabe Kidd, that's amazing. Because I kind of agree with Phil with what he said about this should be, Kenny going into a match with Omega. His confidence kind of down. Thinking, oh my God, I've gone in there against Okada multiple times, but man, I couldn't even beat Gabe Kidd. That's a hell of a way to go into it. So I'm with that.
And Gabe Kidd's an asshole.
He's a fucking menace. I say it every single time.
I love that man.
Menace.
I love that man, but he an asshole.
I love it though. He is a phenomenal fucking.
I mean, he's still
like a mixture of Conor McGregor and Jake White mixed together.
Right? Oh
yeah,
my God.
I mean, I still remember. I think what he called all AEW fans sweaty fat kids living in their basements. I'm like, God damn, Gabe.
Shooter and Claudio should be awesome. That I'm looking forward to seeing. Finley and Brody King for sure. Like that shit.
Shout out to him. He's getting his chance finally.
Banger right there.
Yeah, I am worried about that one.
Why?
Because Brody King would do great in that match, and then he got to come back to AEW and not do shit.
I don't.
Well, keep him in Japan then. That's all I can say. That's why, while you're at it, bring the rest of House of Black over here. That's all I can say.
So we're gonna be like, why the fuck are you in Japan?
The Ishii versus either Takeshita or Takagi. Either way, that match is gonna be freaking insane. But even ZSJ and Ricochet, like that matchup right there, just to see this new character that Ricochet has going on, interacting with ZSJ, is going to be probably the best one to me. That's going to be fun to watch. So yeah, but overall, I think the card is very, very good for this. But that's the big chunk of matches that I am really intrigued on big time.
For me, like I said it on Tuesday at Dojo's Debate. I think the one that really gets me excited for is the Women's International Cup. I said it, and Bakley said it too. I feel like Athena's gonna get her time, and I feel like I'm with you too, Bakley. I think he should be.
I like that. Swerve showing up in Japan would be wild.
I see Athena winning that Women's Cup, and then she'll see between Shirakawa and Monet, and then she confronts Monet. If Monet wins that third belt, 3 belts, Monet, then she's gonna be like, I don't know what you to go for. Looking at you.
Honestly, though, how does that work? Because it says from the participating promotion.
Yeah, which is CMLL, which is a Ring of Honor, AEW, and Stardom.
Oh, I love how they friggin' had to specify it as different because they're trying to specify ROH is different from AEW.
I was about to say they count ROH as a different one than AEW because, technically,
that's what they're doing.
Technically, Athena can't challenge for the belt in that case.
No, that's what I'm saying. That if she wins, she's able to choose between 3 promotions with CMLL.
Yeah, so
Stardom.
they're counting ROH as a separate promotion. So
she's able to choose CMLL, Stardom. Actually, there's no 4 because remember what's the
Athena can't challenge anybody in ROH because other than the friggin' the TV title, there's
but there's
not really much
the
challenge.
CML, there's the CML, the AEW, there's
Stardom though.
Stardom.
But here's the thing. Here's the issue.
I have a feeling she'll challenge Stardom.
Yeah, here's the problem.
I think she'll challenge. I think she'll challenge Monet.
Here's the problem, though. She's going to lose. They're not gonna. They're not gonna let her win 2 belts.
Yeah, no.
Over Monet, so she loses if she goes against Monet.
As long as she has that ROH Women's Championship, they're not putting a title on her.
Unless she goes over, and actually go for a Stardom title.
So honestly, that I could see while she has the ROH Women's Championship, I could see that being the reason why she wouldn't win. Honestly,
I mean, she could probably win. I mean, the thing is, there's no one in Japan, and there's no one in Stardom she could take on.
Well, no, if AZM wins the belt the time before, then that'll be something different for the IWGP Women's title. I wouldn't mind seeing AZM and her. That would be awesome too.
Yeah, but again, I don't think they're going to let her win with the ROH and the AZM's title.
No, that depends. I don't know how they're going to book it.
I mean, truth be told, she'd probably go to CMLL, which is probably her best bet. Honestly,
I don't even know who's their main women's champion.
I don't either. That's the thing. I don't either.
I know that Pressabone is the Universal Women's Champion, but I don't know if that's
Persephone is the.
Yeah, she's a Universal.
Yeah. I mean, she could challenge Persephone for that title, so there is that.
Yeah, that's true.
I am.
But like I said, Tony for some reason wants to protect the ROH title from any outside.
Yeah, it should have been Billy Starks, but we digress. That's another story.
I don't even understand that shit right there.
No, I'm with you on that. You know, yeah, you're right.
The only reason you leave it on Athena is because you think it's going to get you a TV deal.
But I would like to see Athena actually looking at Monet like, "Bitch, I'm looking for you." I'm kind of looking at.
I'm like Athena on fucking AEW.
That answers it.
Athena on AEW.
All right, well, what is the Redeemer? Tell us, what is it?
The current CMLL World Women's Champion is Zeuxis.
Hell no. Hell no. God bless her. God bless Athena. No. You know how much CMLL loves that woman?
She's good.
Mm-hmm. That chick is magic.
Zeuxis is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I liked her.
And I don't mean in the sense that Athena couldn't beat her and be a champion. I'm thinking that CMLL is like, no, we're protecting her.
Honestly, I think she had better luck. I think she had better luck in Stardom, honestly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whoever wants to answer this question from Inspired with Christopher, he said, what do you guys think of what the Young Bucks claiming that they're intentionally put on boring matches in order to
honestly, I think that's just character.
Yeah, I
think
so.
Just them in character, honestly. Everybody goes, "Oh, the EVPs are a terrible thing for them right now." Well, guess what? If they stick to character and just go, "Hey, we're the reason why the company is kind of slacking right now." Yeah, see, it's the gimmick.
And truth be told, the reason why I know his character is, say what you will about the Young Bucks, they love what they do.
Yeah, they're not going to physically come out there and be like, "We're sabotaging our own company, guys."
Yeah, I don't see him throwing anybody else under the bus. Because when you do a boring show, it's not just them saying we're doing a boring work. You literally throw your other wrestlers on under the bus, like whoever you're wrestling against under the bus.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, agree.
So yeah, like I said, this is the only time I'll defend the Young Bucks. But I think that's just
I don't defend them for shit either, but I will for this because that's clearly all just in character stuff right there.
I'm excited for these two events. It's going to be exciting to see what they're going to do. And shout out to the OGK. It's going to be hosting these two watch parties for both nights. And it's very exciting. So now it's time to close it out, gentlemen. But before we do, one more time, we got this preview very quick. This is what's happening in Collision before night 2. So there you go. You have FT rated R Cope versus hi guys. Hi. What do you say? Even though
Conan on keeping it 100 gave the Bucks praise for having passion and respect for the business. See that?
No, they do have the respect for the business. They know what they're doing, and that's why I don't hate on them.
And this is them basically, and that whole thing right there. What they said is basically them sticking to character, which is again just like this is our character in the business. Let's fucking use it outside of it, which is fine.
Yeah, and so this we have Collision. We have this. That's the main event I'm assuming for. Then we have the TNT title, Dan Garcia versus Mark Briscoe. We have the tag team titles being defended by Private Party versus Action Andretti versus Leo Rush. And we have Tony Storm versus Deonna Purrazzo. So are you guys excited to see this Saturday before the Wrestle Dynasty event?
Actually, yes. Show looks pretty good, honestly, minus, having to sit through a Jericho match again. But anyway, looking like a very good show, though.
Attorney at Law, how do you feel about this one coming up Saturday?
It looks good. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, rated FTR, Gian Perazzo. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I mean, again, this is a new era for him, so it'll be good to see what Collision does. I'll set my
Mark Briscoe should be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'll set my Roku to record it.
It feels like I'm not watching it live. I'm going to sleep, that's what we're gonna do here right now because we've been here till almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So it is that time, folks. Yes, Melissa, we love you.
Wonderful. I love it.
You bringing in guest stars all of a sudden?
I love that we have that now. Honestly,
yes, we have two of them now.
I love it.
There you go.
Because Melissa loves that clip. Now we got Melissa doing it, so
yeah,
that's
doesn't
right.
get better than that.
Melissa,
I do not understand. I do not understand where the fuck that comes from.
It's like, oh, let's see, dumbass.
I do, but I don't.
Golden Line by Keith.
Oh, yes. But it's that time, folks. It's time to go home now.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
That's right, folks. We are rolling out of here because we spend almost 4.5 hours for you guys. But because we had to, because we took two weeks off. But, man, we want to tell you guys for watching and listening internationally. You guys got up there, and 2025 is going to be the beginning of what we're doing. I know a lot of new announcements are coming. A lot of things are happening here on this channel that we hope for you guys to get invested and intrigued and to help the community and a lot of things. I can't really give much until you see. I rather let action speak louder than words, for you guys to see what we're going to be doing. And this is going to be an exciteful 2025 because it's not over yet. We still got tomorrow night, people that are listening and watching. We still got Friday Night SmackDown, watching on 3 hours with Kayla and the Redeemer and Dangle. We got Saturday and that same night, Friday, going Saturday, we got the OGK hosting for Wrestle Kingdom.
OGK. That's
right. And we have the following day, we'll be hosting AEW Collision watch party, and right after it will be Wrestle Dynasty. Right after Sunday, you have a karaoke night. You have Monday, you have the Raw Dogging with Dom and Friends with Benefits. Tuesday, you have the NXT New Year's Eve watch along. Wednesday, you got the Dynamite watch along. Thursday, we're back here, and the same on say on. So we're here for you guys 5-6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. So we do it for you guys. And like I said it on social media platforms. We do this for all of you guys. And you got to thank my two hosts here. Like I said, we don't say co-hosts here. They're a host. These two gentlemen give everything for all of you guys, for you guys to be entertained and hear their analysis of what they provide. Because they wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry. Believe in the attorney of law, baby. But Pepsi, Phil, the floor is yours. Let the people know where they can find you. Just don't go damn.
I'll be at IG Philip 246 Philip JP 24601. All my deets are in there.
Because this is what you got
I
right
got
here.
the shakes that'll make you quake. I got the fries that'll cross your eyes. I got the burgers that'll. I just got burgers.
I just got burgers.
Just got burgers.
Now I want a burger. Shit.
What's up with that?
I don't know what the hell's up with that hurricane. Let me tell you something. If you ain't down with burgers, then off is the direction you can fuck.
Then Redeeming the Floor is yours. The host with the most coast to coast. Tell them where they can find you, where they can associate with you, talk to you, break them down, let them know.
Well, first off, you can find me on Instagram, Facebook at In Time Wrestling Podcast, on X at JustinTime211. Find the In Time Wrestling Podcast. It's not on all audio platforms, but it's on some. Find it, listen to old episodes. Show's not gone forever. It will come back eventually. Other than that, I will drop. Yes, even here. We will even do some live episodes here. Other than that, though, I might even drop some, audio episodes. Just maybe some big news drops. I'll make an episode. Maybe if I just feel like I'm freaking bored one day and I say, you know what? I just want to rant. Maybe I just want to talk some stuff. I'll just make an episode. Something like that. The show's not gone. It will be back. So keep your eyes peeled for that. So make sure you are subscribed and following the podcast as well. But other than that, right here, Circle of Debate every fucking night, as why I've been christened that Mr. Every fucking night for a reason. I am here basically every day. Monday for Raw Dog, and Tuesday for the NXT Watch Along, Wednesdays for Dynamite, Thursdays for the flagship show, Fridays for SmackDown, Saturdays for pay-per-views, every single freaking day. That is what I do. The grind does not stop here. And of course, if you ain't down with that, well, guess what? It's going to happen anyway. It's always going to be game over.
Shit's about to hit the fan.
One more for the road.
That's right. Yes, one more.
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this fucking shit.
Well, you fucking take it. You're bullshit, Tony Khan. You better take it because
take
these
it or else it's
two
going to be
hosts.
game over for you.
Yes, it will be. It will be. You can take it. But you already know, folks. We appreciate you all for tuning in and the brand new show 2025. A lot of shows coming up here, and we have a lot of things coming. Which, like I said, I'm not gonna say anything. You guys will see it on the YouTube description more. And I want you guys to acknowledge and see that, acknowledge that. But we'll be back here tomorrow once again. I said for Friday night, SmackDown 3 hours show, the premiere 3 hours with Kayla, the Redeemer, and Dango, and the chef and other hosts. They'll be coming along Saturday within that same night. Like I said, the OGK will be here from Dojo Debate, really bringing on the watch along for Wrestle Kingdom 19. Following day, you're going to have AEW Collision. Right after that, Wrestle Dynasty Sunday karaoke night, and there's a lot of things happening here. We do it for all of you guys. They do it for you guys. You got to thank these two gentlemen here, because without them, we would not be here. So you really got to thank our attorney-in-law that fight for us. Yes, and he's like, I'm sleepy. Shut the fuck up. I want to go to sleep. I know he's already telling me right now. He's looking in my eyes like, the corner of his eye I can see. He's like, shut up, Ivan. You talk too much. Stop drinking. Shut up. Phil, I love you, Phil. Don't get mad at me, all right? Don't get mad at me. I love you, okay? I'm just representing you. I'm just telling you, all right? So don't get mad at me, man. Don't get mad at me, Phil. Phil's like, shut the fuck up. I'm ignoring you. I'm watching some other shit. That's just what he is. Yeah, he's as you can tell, he's more like
the fuck?
Yeah, that's just how he is.
Whenever you're ready.
But folks, you already know that here on Circle Debate, the Debate Network, we don't just do podcasting, music, attorney-in-law, or wave your hands, or anything like that. Gentlemen, what the fuck do we do here? You tell them.
One thing and one thing only. We make history. Peace.
That's right, folks.
Spirit gun.
Right?
Must bid you adieu, a goodbye, mwah, and good night.
Over.
Will
Over and over.
make
Over and over.
history!
Over and over and over and over.